Welcome, friends, to this day, Stop the Nuclear Nightmare, Build Scotland for People and Peace. I'm Simon Barrow, working with Scottish CND, and I'm kind of your MC for the day, and if there are any questions or whatever, you can grab me at any point. I'm going to do the notices first, sorry about that, but they're important. You've already discovered the tea and the coffee, and that's going to be there all day, so when you need some refreshment, do go up there. The other thing to say is in terms of toilets, there are three down there on facing me, the right-hand side, and you'll find that there's a baby change facility there and also accessible toilet. They're both unisex. There are men's and women's toilets also out through this door here where I'm pointing. So those are the facilities. We very much hope that there will not be a fire alarm or anything like that, but if there is, the exit points are on the left and right at the back and again at the top if anyone is at the top, and the gathering point is immediately opposite in Pitt Street. So that's the basic information. In terms of the programme, you should have got a copy of the wee booklet with the questions and answers when you came in. If you look at the inside back cover, you've got the full programme set out there, but I'm just about to quickly run through it. So we're going to start with the opening session, which is our keynote speakers who are all here. Wonderful to see them all. Then after that session at 10:55 or 11 o'clock, it's the first of what are three panels. This one's looking at how nuclear weapons destroy shared economic prosperity. Then there will be the lunch break for 45 minutes. As we told you beforehand, we haven't got lunch for you. We're sorry about that here, but there are plenty of places around, including in Sauchiehall Street nearby. But again, tea and coffee will be available. Then immediately after lunch, we have the third session, which is how nuclear weapons cost the Earth. And then the final panel session is on how nuclear weapons make us insecure. And then we're really excited to have Indra Adnan and Pat Kane as the people who are going to do the closing session and sum up for us. That's going to be a really exciting session. Some of you will remember Pat from Hue and Cry, but they're now involved in a project called Alternative Global, which is about how we actually mobilise for change, and that's going to be where we want to land this day. So I think I've got all the notices there, and I'll hand over to our chair, Professor Lynn Jameson, who's the chair of Scottish CND.
Okay, so a big welcome from me, and also we are streaming, so a particular welcome as well to people who are watching at home, and some of whom are not well, and some of whom are carers, so welcome to you too. So this is our major event of the year, and we have people in the room who are new to CND, and we have many people in the room who are also been with us for some time. But I just want to do a very rapid reminder of who we are. We are an independent organisation funded by our members. We're also a part of UK CND. And today we're going to be hearing from the General Secretary. We're very fortunate she's with us, and you'll hear from her later. We're also part of the wider international peace movement. We're a member of ICANN, the entity that was given the Nobel Peace Prize for the work that they did in bringing about the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, a treaty that now has been signed by half of the nations in the world. So the majority of the world actually think we should get rid of nuclear weapons. We are particularly focused in Scotland, of course, on the UK's submarine-launched weapon system on the Clyde, not very far away, at Fast Lane, where the submarines base, and the armament depot of Coolport. But we've also got long-standing opposition to nuclear power, because the nuclear weapons industries are totally interlinked with the nuclear power industry, and they also share some of their terrible harms and risks. In 2 weeks from today, we have an AGM in the Renfield Centre in Glasgow with guest speakers from ICANN and Karen Bell, who is the editor of this excellent document, which I think you will hear more about later. There in the morning and in the afternoon, we have two well-known journalists in dialogue with us from the Ferret and from Declassified. Now, Scottish C&D is not party political, but we ask our supporters to vote for anti-nuclear candidates, and only anti-nuclear candidates. And in the current political climate, I'm afraid that typically means not some parties, but other parties. And those typically are the independence parties. And at an AGM in 2013, there was a resolution asking us to support Yes campaign, because an independent Scotland seems the most obvious route to ridding Scotland and the UK of nuclear weapons, because it literally have nowhere else to go. So that is the position that we adopted. In March 2026, before the next Scottish election, we'll run a national hustings asking every party that is standing in that election to send us a representative to explain their position about the nuclear issues in Scotland. And also in March, on the 14th of March, we will be at Fastlane, outside the UK's nuclear weapon system base, making our presence felt, telling the public, the wider public who are not with us, what Scottish people feel about omnicidal weapons that can vaporise all living things and leave generations and generations of genetic harm and contamination. So please put March the 14th in your diary. So in the room now, we have politicians from several parties. We have many trade unionists, we have activists, leaders, supporters from civil society organisations across peace, justice and environmental movements. Some very long established organisations, some newer. Among the newer, Scottish C&D are now on the advisory board of a new initiative called the Scottish Peace Platform, and Shona McCallum from Beyond Borders is in the room. That's the organisation that's taking this forward. So we might not be looking around quite as diverse yet as we would wish, but we're grateful to everyone who's here. And whatever your background, the fact that you're here makes you a contributor to our work of thinking about how to build Scotland for people and peace, people and planet. And as I said at the beginning of our previous big event, Festival for Survival 2 years ago, it's the participants that make the event. So you are going to make the event. And as participants, yes, there will be quite a lot of listening, but also opportunities to speak. Hopefully not just in sessions, but in the breaks. Chances to introduce yourself and speak to people you don't know. So please do that. And we're learning together about why nuclear militarism is so toxic for us, but we're also imagining a better future, strengthening our will and our capacity and our commitment to bring that better future about. So now let's hear from our first speakers. I'm going to introduce them as they're about to speak. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker first. Keith Brown, MSP for Clackmannanshire and Dunblane, and he's been so since 2011. He's currently the deputy leader of the Scottish National Party. So we're really very, very pleased that he is here with us. He's previously served on multiple government committees and as a cabinet secretary for justice and veterans, for economy, jobs and fair work, and for infrastructure investment in cities. So I reckon he knows a thing or two.
Thanks very much, and if I can begin by apologising for being a little bit late. I parked just up the road in the square, and there's a young guy who can't get his car started, so I tried and failed to help him. He may be there by the time I go back, I don't know. Delighted to be here among people who I think generally share a simple but powerful belief, and that is that the true security doesn't come from the power to destroy, but from the power to care for people, for communities, and for the planet that we all share. And I should say, I imagine that the organisers of this conference couldn't have known in the week of this conference that we would see Putin boasting about a nuclear-powered nuclear missile that can go thousands of miles, and Trump responding by saying he was going to reallow testing of nuclear weapons. It seems we've gone right back to the 1980s, 1970s, into the Cold War. And I should say that I have a bit of a checkered past in relation to this. I served in the Marines from 1980 to 83. And in 83, I think it was, I was asked to go to the premiere of a movie. The movie was called Who Dares Wins, and it was a guy, not Martin Lewis, he's a different guy. Somebody, Lewis, who was an SAS guy in this film. Anyway, the film had said that they would devote all the royalties to the South Atlantic Fund for folk who'd served in the Falklands. So I was asked to go along to this at the Odeon in Edinburgh. And it was Lewis Collins, that was his name. And it was a wee Guard of Honour, which me and my mate were asked to be involved in. And right across the street, it's not far from the Parliament actually, was a CND demonstration. And although I was dressed in blues, which is the #1 uniform, I went over to chat to the folk that were there and had a very interesting conversation. And within, I think, 6 months, I'd left the Marines, joined CND, and very much was convinced about the need to deal with nuclear weapons. And I should say that since that time, I've never changed my belief. And it's probably remarkable to think of some of the people that have actually been in defence. Michael Portillo was very much against the nuclear deterrent for expedient reasons. I think Admiral West, who in the Blair government was Chief of the Defence Staff, thought they were a bad idea. And I know that the usual refrain is about the opportunity cost of nuclear weapons. One of the arguments, apart from the immorality of what they can do, is because of what they cost. If you think about the old Paul Weller song, it's the rocket machines that pay for kidneys, and it's the rocket machines and the guns that pay for kidney machines. So it's an opportunity cost. The money we spend, huge numbers of billions of pounds, can't be spent on other things. Now, I have to be honest and say that I'm not a pacifist, and I do believe that we should arm ourselves to make sure that we can deal, along with others, with the threat of Putin. I make no bones about that. But it's simply the case, even in a defence context, if you spend 100, 200 billion pounds on weapons that you can in no way ever be justified in using, you're taking money away from that sector as well. And I can tell you, it was mentioned I was Cabinet Secretary for Veterans, which required quite a lot of contact with the armed forces. And many people, young, mostly men, but not only men, that I spoke to, were fed up because they didn't get the training opportunities, they didn't get the travel opportunities, they couldn't even have the equipment that they should have. And that's largely because conventional defence spending has been squeezed to the extent it has because of the need to expend vast billions of pounds on nuclear weapons. So even in that narrow context about defence spending, you cannot justify the use of that kind of resource on weapons that can never reasonably ever be used. So the theme in the session, of course, is why the nuclear threat matters more than ever, and that couldn't be more urgent given what we've just seen. We were told that the nuclear age ended with the Cold War, but obviously it didn't. Instead, we're now living through a new arms race, one that threatens to divert even more resources, as I've mentioned, and attention and moral purpose from the real challenges of our age, the climate crisis, inequality and insecurity. And the danger hasn't gone away. It's been normalised, and that may be the most dangerous thing of all. And for many people here, I'm sure you're aware of the condition of the current so-called nuclear deterrent. It's absolutely falling to pieces. They won't divulge any details, but it wouldn't surprise me at all to find out there has been no at-sea nuclear deterrent for large periods because the state of the infrastructure, the submarines and so on, is so poor, but you wouldn't get to hear about that. I should also say there are many things within the armed forces, certainly when I was in there, which also are radioactive, which we don't talk about. The sights on, night sights on rifles and so on had radioactive elements. So these kind of weapons and these kind of facilities have a real damage, and we've seen depleted uranium shells, what the effect they had in the Iraq War as well. And the ability to deal with these, as I say, is constrained by the resources that we squander on nuclear weapons. So we start with the cost, because cost tells us what the priorities are. The renewal of the UK's Trident system based at Faslane, just 25 miles away, will cost more than £200 billion, money that could have been spent on taking children out of poverty, building affordable homes, supporting councils and public services, and transforming our energy system. All things that would have an immediate beneficial impact on people in Scotland and the UK. But instead we're pouring billions into weapons that we can never morally use. And of course Scotland's never consented to these weapons of mass destruction. There is a story, I don't know if it's true, but I've certainly heard it over the years, that when the UK was to get the so-called independent deterrent from the US, that the American president said, well, where are you going to put it? And they said, we're going to put it on the Clyde. He says, you can't do that. It's one of our biggest population centres. We would never do that. And he said, well, that's where it's going. Whether you want it or not, that's where we're going to put it. And Scotland, as I say, has never consented to that. Our Parliament has had various votes in my time. We've been there since 2007, which has opposed the possession, certainly the use of nuclear weapons. And people in Scotland, in most polls that we see, oppose them. Meanwhile, we are told by the government in Westminster there is no money for public provision of fair pay, yet nuclear bombs remain a priority. That's not defence, that's a distortion of what it means to keep people safe. A just transition is possible and necessary, so the skilled workers at Faslane and Coalport deserve investment in renewable engineering, climate resilience, advanced maritime technologies, not endless dependence on a weapon system designed for destruction. I should say as well, as one of the responsibilities as deputy leader of my party is to look after the manifesto development process. I can see no world in which, again, the SNP will not go into the election being totally opposed to the possession and use of nuclear weapons, and also in relation to nuclear power, which to us is a completely false economy. We must also be clear that a new rush towards nuclear power will not make Scotland secure either. In fact, it makes us less secure. We're one of the biggest targets in the world for hosting these weapons. Nuclear energy, of course, carries the same legacy of centralisation, waste and long-term risk. While Scotland's vast potential in wind, hydro and tidal power offers a cleaner, safer path to true energy security, why would you favour nuclear power with all the dangers, with all the expense, far more expensive than any other form of power, to renewable sources of power? And as Janet Fenton of Scottish CND reminds us, every part of the nuclear weapons system, from uranium mining to radioactive waste, damages the planet, and every penny spent on it denies life-saving resources to people and to the earth. And if those things which I've mentioned in relation to domestic expenditure are not enough, we could see what we could do for people overseas, instead of cutting overseas aid budgets, to help people overseas with some of that resource as well. And that's why it is genuinely, potentially life-saving resources. So the true cost of Trident is written in lost opportunities for workers, for communities and for future generations. And at a time of such grave uncertainty across the world, there's no doubt that nuclear weapons make the world more dangerous. So today the doomsday clock stands closer to midnight than at any point in history, not just because of the war in Ukraine and conflict and instability in the Middle East, but because of the intertwining crises of climate breakdown, cyber warfare and global inequality. And this week, like so many others, is an important reminder that the disarmament of nuclear weapons would make us all less safe. One warhead could destroy a city. A regional exchange, which is talked about quite frequently on TV these days, the possibilities of a limited so-called regional exchange, could in itself trigger a global famine. So we can't meaningfully talk about security while maintaining weapons that could end civilization itself. So for my party, our position is clear. We reject nuclear weapons morally and strategically. We believe peace is built with diplomacy and cooperation, not annihilation or the threat of annihilation. And we are committed to a nuclear-free Scotland. Nuclear bombs don't deter pandemics, hunger or climate emergency. They don't protect a single child sleeping in poverty tonight. They are not tools of safety. They are monuments to fear. So what does real security look like? It looks like warm homes, fair wages, healthcare, peace, climate safety, and strong local communities. And you can imagine if Trident's budget were redirected into a national wellbeing and resilience fund, supporting green energy, digital skills, flood protection and public services. That's what modern defence should be, protecting life, not threatening to end it. And here in Scotland, we're already building that alternative as a well-being nation grounded in fairness, sustainability and community. And that vision is not just theoretical, it's at the heart of how the Scottish Government already measures success through its National Performance Framework. I'm not a member of the Scottish Government. But they are defining progress not by GDP alone, but by how healthy, secure and hopeful our people feel. And if many people here will remember the 1980s, how insecure we felt, whether it was TV programmes, whether it was films about the threat of nuclear, a very real threat to many people. I think there's one programme was banned because of the effect it would have on people in this country, the alarm that it would cause. So peace and jobs must go hand in hand, and our transition must support workers and not abandon them. And as Canon Kenyon Wright told us, we are not powerless in this. The real power lies in the will of people who refuse to accept that things must remain as they are. And can I pay testament to Bill Kidd, who in the Parliament has been an absolutely staunch supporter of this cause right the way through his parliamentary career, which is unfortunately about to end for Bill in May as he's standing down, but he has initiated so many debates, so many contacts with people overseas. It just goes to show that this can have an effect. We should never feel powerless. And that spirit of being able to change things was the thing that created the Scottish Parliament in the first place. And that spirit can help secure the future of our world. So if we speak plainly, successive Westminster governments have cut conventional defence spending while pouring billions into nuclear bombs housed on the Clyde. The systemic stripping back of the military has left the UK less able to face the real threats of the 21st century: cyber attacks, much bigger threat, terrorism, energy insecurity and climate-driven disasters. So the billions that Scotland contributes to these abhorrent weapons every year would be far better spent properly equipping our forces to protect life and not to end it. And the UK's approach is out of step with modern defence thinking. Other small independent countries, Norway, Finland, Denmark, play leading roles in NATO while remaining nuclear free. The majority of countries in NATO are nuclear free, and Scotland, we believe, can do the same. Scotland should do the same, but here is the truth: we can't remove nuclear weapons from Scottish waters without independence. If somebody else believes that we can, happy to listen to that. We can't join the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons without independence. We can't escape Westminster's nuclear obsession without independence. Independence isn't just about nationalism, it's about responsibility, about the power to act on our values and protect our future. And once again, to quote Canon Kenyon Wright, the question is not who speaks for Scotland, the real question is who listens. And with independence, in my view, Scotland will speak for ourselves and the world will listen to that voice. So independence is not a retreat from the world, it's Scotland's invitation to help build a safer one. And I would say we should choose that safer world. Let us be the generation that finally removes nuclear weapons from our shores, and let's show that peace is strength, that justice is security, and that hope and not fear is a defining Scottish value, because peace is not a dream, it's a decision, and the time to decide is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. And also I want to add my own thanks to Bill Kidd. He's chaired the cross-party group in the Scottish Parliament on nuclear disarmament all the time I've been going in and out of that place, and has been a fantastic ambassador for us in the peace movement for so long. So thank you so much. So the next, yeah. So it's time to introduce our next speaker, Kate Whitaker from Friends of the Earth Scotland. Now, Kate's worked there for some time. Actually, their director, Roxana Schuard, who's been there less long than Kate, had agreed to speak, but unfortunately she's ill, so we wish her well, and we're sorry she's not here, but we're delighted that Kate is. And Kate works on multiple campaigns as their movement building lead, so she certainly knows a thing or two about activism. Now, Kate will probably say more about this herself, but let me just tell you that on the 15th of November, when we're having our AGM, Friends of the Earth have a major march and rally starting from Glasgow Green. And we would normally wish to be there. We'd be there with our banners and placards. Now, actually, we have thousands of supporters, and they're not all AGM people. Although our AGM is really exciting, some of our wonderful supporters will be on the march. And we have a sign-up sheet now on the registration desk just outside the door for people who would help be there at carrying one of these placards. So we have many of these fantastic placards, so we will have a presence on the march hopefully with our supporters. So, but I'm of course encouraging you to attend our AGM. But also, I'd be delighted if you were on this march with these placards, as I would be myself if I wasn't at the AGM. So, I just, with that, hand over to Kate. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. And just to say, we didn't choose that date. It's the Global Day of Action to coincide with the UN Climate Summit, COP, so we could blame them for that, as well as a lot of other things. So when I was asked to speak today, I just did a little search of climate change and nuclear, just to see what was happening, what people were saying. And I was quite surprised. I found a few articles debating what's the biggest existential crisis facing humanity? Is it nuclear war or is it the climate crisis? So thought I'd ask, hands up if you think it's the climate crisis. A few. Hands up if you think it's nuclear war. Makes sense, you're here. Hands up if you think that debating which existential crisis is going to make our planet unlivable first is not super helpful in terms of stopping them. Some people. That's what I think, anyway. And I agree with Keith in that, yes, we're facing multiple interwoven crises. We're facing the climate crisis. We're facing biodiversity collapse, increasing militarism, and the nuclear threat, of course. And also deepening inequality, a mental health crisis, a crumbling health service, and cuts to public services. We don't need to tell people that things are bad right now. People already know. And I would argue it's not particularly strategic for any of us to be doing that, to be going out and saying, here's another bad thing you hadn't thought about yet. In my experience, that's quite a good way to get people to stop listening to you, even if you're right. And instead, we need to build an alternative vision of a future and, crucially, the hope and the power that might make that possible, right? And there are loud voices who are successfully harnessing the really valid fear and frustration and suffering that many people in our communities are feeling. And those loud voices are weaponizing those emotions against those who are the most marginalized in our society. The people who cheerlead Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people are the same people who are leading the attacks on refugees, on disabled people, and on trans people. These are the same people who are calling for the rollback of climate commitments and pushing ahead with new fossil fuel projects. And they're usually the same people who would lose out from the policies that would actually solve these problems. Taxing the rich, public ownership, a real fast and fair transition for workers in weapons and fossil fuel industries. They're also the people who are the most concerned and doing the most to stop a united movement that would tackle these problems. And so I want to talk about, yes, this week we've heard an escalation of nuclear, positioning. We've also seen the storm of the century hit the Caribbean. Storm Melissa has been the strongest hurricane since records began, with speeds of up to 185 miles per hour. I can't even imagine what that's like. This storm has killed at least 50 people in Jamaica and Haiti, and many people are still unaccounted for, and entire towns have been flattened. That's what we're talking about when we say the climate crisis, right? And I want to quote one of my friends and a Jamaican British climate organizer called Michaela Loach, who's been saying this week that this is not a natural disaster. This is the direct consequence of the fossil fuel economy. And she's argued this storm shouldn't be called Melissa. It should be called Darren, after Darren Woods, the CEO of ExxonMobil, or Whale, after Whale Sawan, the CEO of Shell. And we could also reasonably say that Storm Melissa, or Storm Darren, is the direct consequence and responsibility of those pushing increased militarism and weapons stockpiling around the world, as that accounts for over 5% of global emissions. And I think the panel later on the environmental impacts is going to talk about that more, so I'm not going to go into the facts too much right now. We can't talk about war and militarism and nuclear without thinking about the conditions that cause these conflicts. The worsening climate crisis is building tensions around water, around agriculture, and even livable land. And the struggle for and the uneven distribution of resources can quickly produce and worsen violent conflicts. This is the continuation of colonialism, right? Where powerful companies and countries are continuing to exploit the resources of other nations and communities for their own gain and profit. And they often use moments of tension and conflict to increase that extractivism. So in Sudan and Congo right now, mining for the metals in our technology is fueling really bloody conflict. In Palestine, the Israeli government sold licenses to drill for gas off the coast of Gaza to an Aberdeen-based company, Downer Petroleum, in late October 2023, whilst they were escalating their attacks on the Palestinian people. Keith, you said that the Scottish Government is building a well-being nation, but a third of Scottish households are in fuel poverty right now. We're heading into yet another cold winter where temperatures are plummeting and bills are rising, and most of us live in leaky, poor-quality homes. Our reliance on fossil fuels ties us into the volatile global gas market, and we've seen how that's impacted by militarism, right? As Russia's invasion of Ukraine skyrocketed our energy bills here. And meanwhile, those same fossil fuel companies that we talked about before are continuing to rake in billions in profit. In 2024, that was $33 billion for Exxon and $23 billion for Shell. And as Keith mentioned and CND rightly pointed out at Labour conference, it'll cost at least £205 billion to renew the Trident missiles. And there is money for these intersecting solutions, but it sits in the banks of the billionaires and the budgets for bombs, right? And I would agree with a lot of the solutions that have been named. We know what these solutions are. It's investing in clean energy, in public transport, in good green jobs, in insulating homes. It's reducing mineral mining through reducing demand and supporting those countries and communities that are least responsible for the climate crisis and most impacted. But I would say to Keith and to the SNP that if you care about increasing militarism, then you must do more to address the climate crisis. You need to reject new fossil fuel projects like the second gas power station that's proposed in Peterhead. You need to urge John Swinney to speak out against the Rosebank oil field, to stop leaving our energy transition in the hands of private corporations who, as we've seen, are abandoning workers at the drop of a hat. We need to prepare and deliver real plans to create jobs in renewable energy and supply chains. The STUC released a report the other week saying that for every £1 million of turnover in the offshore wind industry, there's one job, right? When public services are crying out for cash, we need to support taxing the energy giants who are profiting from fossil fuel, from fuel poverty and climate breakdown. And for the rest of us, we need to be building a connected movement that has a clear and convincing vision for how things could be different, that speaks to the needs and realities of our communities, that takes seriously the work of building power, not asking nicely. We need to make our movements welcoming. We need to make space for differing opinions and tactics without splintering, identifying the common targets and holding them to account, and advocating for those shared solutions across all of these issues. As Lynn said, on the 15th of November, we'll be marching in Glasgow as part of the Global Day of Action during COP30, the UN Climate Summit. Migrant justice groups, Palestine solidarity groups, youth groups, trade unions, nature organizations, and peace organizations are organizing together. Yes, a march alone doesn't change the world, but solidarity and collectivism might. We'll come together to reject that division, to declare a better world is possible, but the only way to do that is for us to come together and to take that better world. And I want to end just by quoting Abia Butmer, who is the coordinator of Friends of the Earth Palestine. As attacks continue in Gaza and the West Bank during the kind of so-called ceasefire, her words from last year remain essential for me. To tackle the climate crisis and nuclear escalation and militarism, this isn't Abia yet, this is still me. We have to end the logic that some people and some places can be sacrificed for profit and imperial power. Not Scottish households in fuel poverty, not refugees, not the people of Palestine. So Abia said, the complicity of global North governments in Israel's crimes illustrates what many frontline communities in the global South go through in terms of climate violence. Peoples and lands are sacrificed to protect the profits of powerful elites and big corporations. It is now more important than ever for climate policy to reflect the exceedingly strong ties between climate change, corporate impunity, and colonialism. We demand a ceasefire, an end to the genocide, and a free Palestine. There is no climate justice without Palestinian liberation. And I'll end it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. And of course, Scottish CND generally have been proud to walk with people in support of Palestine, condemning Gaza, what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank. And our next speaker, our honoured guest, Sid Khan, is here as one of the small number of Scottish people, Scottish activists or activists from Scotland who have joined one of the flotillas trying to take aid to Gaza. In his case, the Global Sumud Flotilla, which he'll tell us more about. Thank you. Let's hear it for Sid.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to C&D for the opportunity to speak today. And of course, recognizing the amazing work that C&D has done over the decades of having a moral position on speaking truth when many governments remain silent. My name's Sid Khan, as already introduced, and I was part of the Global Smooth Flotilla, where the purpose was largely a non-violent humanitarian mission to try and deliver basic required aid to the people of Gaza. And I'm here to share what happened when ordinary people act while the leaders of the world look on and do nothing. And unfortunately, our struggles are connected. The C&D's campaign against nuclear weapons and our struggle to end oppression both challenge power built on fear and destruction rather than humanity. The flotilla was made up of around 500 people on the boats. There were 50 boats, 47 nationalities, and thousands on the ground were helping deliver the aid. And to be honest, we were carrying basic things like baby food, water, pasta, rice, simple medications like paracetamols and antibiotics. And the peaceful attempt to open a humanitarian corridor, and the three objectives that we had. One was to try and open up a humanitarian corridor where clearly no aid was able to get into Gaza, and we were hoping to get in via sea. The other objective was to ensure the world continues to look on and focus on what was happening in Gaza and in Palestine. Clearly, as I'm sure you're aware, the mass media doesn't report any of it, and I'm sure I'll tell you stuff today which you won't have seen in any of the BBC or Sky News or STV updates, which is not surprising. And of course, the final and most important was to show solidarity with the Palestinian people, to show them that the world hadn't forgotten about them, and the fact that the people of Gaza, and there were millions around the world that actually showed their support for the people of Palestine and Gaza and recognized that. Instead of compassion, we were met with hostility. The boat the journey was 2,000 miles, so I joined in Barcelona, and we were supposed to go from Barcelona to Tunisia, from Tunisia to Sicily, from Sicily over to Greece and Crete, and the last leg was from Crete over to Gaza. And we encountered lots of things on the way. My boat was designed for 11 people. There were 23 of us on it. I slept for 6 weeks. It was supposed to be a 2-week trip. I ended up spending 6 weeks on the boat. I slept for the 6 weeks on deck, out in the open, in sleeping bags, through storms, through wind, everything, all sorts of stuff. And of course, I also, fortunately, lost 2 stones in weight. And the reason being because we had limited food, because every nook and cranny on the boat was crammed full of aid, and we had to limit the amount of food that we, the people on board, were able to eat. And the idea was, whenever you stopped off at the next stop, you would buy some more food, and that would cover you for the next 5 days. And each journey, or each leg of the journey, was supposed to be a five-day sail from Barcelona to Tunisia to Sicily, and then Greece, and on to Gaza. We encountered from the get-go, we were under constant threat. We knew that we were likely going to be subject to sabotage. Previous flotillas or previous attempts had resulted in divers coming to boats, drilling holes, tying ropes around the propellers, and doing all sorts of stuff to try and damage the boats so that they didn't leave in the first place. And then Israel would try and deploy bureaucracy tactics in the docks in the countries where we were parked. They would have different legal challenges, so therefore boats wouldn't leave. So and the Smooth Flotilla has been doing this for years now, so they were familiar with the challenges. But we were aware that there was a risk, and everybody on board knew there was a risk of what was happening. What you probably did hear about was when we left Barcelona, our boat, the Adara, we walked straight into a storm, and we had 3-meter-high waves, which eventually broke our propeller and our rudder. So we had to do a U-turn and come back to Barcelona. So we spent a couple of days getting the boat fixed while the rest of them sailed out to Tunisia. And when we left, eventually a couple of days later, we got radioed up ahead. We got a message to say 2 of our boats on 2 successive days had been attacked. They'd been firebombed while parked in a harbour in Tunis. Drones came along, dropped a firebomb, and thankfully it was the Alma and the family, which was a metal boat, so therefore there wasn't a lot of damage that was done. But of course it was a message to say, look, we can get to you, so you better be careful. So when we got that notice, when we got word of that, we were then directed to go to Bizerte, which is another port 50 miles away, but there's a big army base nearby. And they said, look, you'll be safer over there. You go there, and we'll come and join you. So we did. Got to Tunisia, stocked up, did further repairs to the boats, and then we left for Sicily. Sicily was a 5-day sail. 2.5 days into the sail, slap bang in the middle of the Mediterranean Ocean, one night, all of a sudden, a swarm of drones, quadcopters, appeared above the boats, flying literally a couple of feet above where the masts and the top of the boats. And around 2 o'clock in the morning, we had a huge explosion. And bearing in mind that the people on this boat were from all walks of life, we had everybody from an 86-year-old right down to 18. There were doctors, nurses, teachers, politicians, social media influencers, and quite a lot of elderly people were on the boats as well. And there were, Malcolm and Pilar, who were probably in their late 70s and their 80s, were absolutely terrified. A bomb went off. And what they were doing, what the quadcopters were doing, was they would come along, they would drop a bomb, and they were detonating the bombs a couple of meters above the top of the boat, so they were targeting the sails and the masts. And every 15 minutes after that, another explosion would go off, and this was an immense explosion. Bearing in mind this is pitch black in the middle of the dark, in the middle of the ocean, days from any assistance. 14 bombs were dropped on us that night over the space of a couple of hours, and there were 3 separate attacks, chemical attacks, where a quadcopter would come along and spray some corrosive substance on the sails and the ropes to try and damage that as well. Unfortunately, 4 of our boats were damaged, and we were unable to. They were unable to proceed. And the kind of maritime law is that if you end up in a situation like that, you call Mayday, Mayday, and the country closest, which was Italy, the Coast Guard is supposed to respond to it. They didn't respond. We didn't get any assistance. And the team then decided, there was about 40 boats at this point, more boats were going to join us from Italy and more were going to join us from Greece. And the team at that point decided, look, the boats that can go, you continue going to Sicily. The 4 that are stranded, and one of them was taking on water, you have to stay here. Because if we all stay here and those quadcopters come back, they're going to take out the rest of the boats and the mission is over. So to preserve the mission, all the other boats continued out to Sicily while the 4 boats floated in the middle of the ocean in the dark, not knowing what was going to happen. So they called Mayday, Mayday. Nobody responded, but thankfully there was a Turkish Navy vessel that was in the vicinity that rerouted, came up to us and asked, what's happened? We're like, we've been attacked, bombs, explosions, corrosives. And they said, all right, well, we'll hang around and make sure you're okay. And they then directed a Turkish merchant vessel, a big cargo ship that was in the area, to come along. It parked, instructed the engineer to help fix the boats, and then over the space of the next 12, 14 hours, they fixed the boats, stitched the sails, gave us all the extra supplies, filled up our fuel tanks, and then sent them on the way. So grateful to the Turkish for their intervention on this. We got to Sicily, and you'll have remembered there was these big riots all through, big protests right through Italy. And what that did was it forced, which I'm sure you're aware, one of the most right-wing governments and pro-Israel governments in Europe, it forced them to send 2 Navy boats that then accompanied us for the rest of the journey, which at least, if nothing else, prevented further attacks, which I'm grateful for. On the 1st of October, at 8 o'clock at night, 50 miles off the coast of Gaza, we were in touching distance of Gaza. We sailed for 5 weeks, 2,000 miles at 4 or 5 knots. It was a gruesome feat, and we were so close to Gaza that we then, Alma, the mothership, had a radar on it and said, we can see multiple vessels standing ahead of us, and there's a naval blockade. We're not going to be allowed to go forward. They were trying to hail us on the radio, telling us to go somewhere else, and we're like, nope, we're not. We're going to keep going. And of course, a couple of rapid boats approached us, and as they approached us, there was one boat that had this capability to disable and effectively switch off all the electronics. So and we were traveling in 3 columns, so the three rows stretched out over 3 or 4 miles. This boat zigzagged its way through the entire fleet, and as it was going past, you would just see the lights on all the boats just going, all the lights were dying, and you could see all the boats sort of disappearing. They'd lose the radio, the communications, electricity, all power, and then shortly after that, we were then boarded at gunpoint by Israeli commandos who took over the boats and then locked us downstairs below deck, and then forcibly took us to Ashdod port, where we were violently handled and then processed by the authorities, handed over to the prison guards, and then we were driven 3 hours to the middle of the Negev desert into a high-security terrorist prison, where we then spent the rest of the 7 days that I was detained. I mean, to be honest, the fear was real, and it was palpable. You could see the fear in many of the people, and we were not trained people. We hadn't experienced this before. Many of us had joined on this journey for the first time, but despite the fear, what was stronger was the sense of unity. People from every background choosing dignity and conscience over the fear that Israel wanted to enforce upon us. The flotilla wasn't a political theater. We weren't doing that for show. It was a humanitarian mission answering the world's moral failure. Today, Gaza is starving. It's been bombed beyond recognition. Hospitals are destroyed. Even aid convoys have been targeted by the Israelis. And we, the world, watch on, and the governments of the world. And the reason why we, the civic society, had to do this was because we waited for 2 years, and this televised genocide that happened. We believed that there would be some kind of world order where somewhere along the line someone would step in, the UK would step in, the US, the United Nations would do something about it. But of course they didn't. And ultimately it came down to us, the people, to do something about it. In exactly the same way, you've taken it upon yourselves to do something about nuclear weapons. And the governments, Western governments, not only are kind of watching on, but they're actively supplying the weapons, the excuses, the justification, the political air cover, and then they talk about peace. You know, about these ceasefires, and which of course is a big lie, so don't believe a word of what's being said. You know, Israel holds undeclared nuclear weapons, and it's the only nuclear state in the Middle East, not subject to any inspections, no accountability, and yet who call for peace, those who are called to peace or call for peace are criminalized. If nuclear weapons are a threat in one country, they're a threat in every country. And peace can't be built on secrecy, hypocrisy, or impunity. You know, we in Scotland have a proud history of a moral legacy. You know, we have the Fast Lane peace campaigns, the anti-apartheid marches, and you know, Glasgow right here was one of the first to officially boycott apartheid South Africa. I was in jail with Nelson Mandela's grandson, who was in the cell across from me. And it was an immense moment of pride when he sort of sat there and spoke to me and said, look, you know, Glasgow played and Scotland played an absolute historic role in helping, you know, the shift of the tide against the apartheid. And of course, we opposed the Iraq War. You know, the same courage that was shown throughout the history of Scotland sailed with us on the flotilla. And Scotland can lead again, not just through force, but through moral leadership, which is what I hope all of us are here to do. And of course, nuclear transparency everywhere, including Israel, is an absolute must. And there needs to be an end to the UK complicity through weapons, which we continue to supply Israel, and through the silence and the political air cover that we provide. True security isn't built on trident or deterrence. It's built on justice, food, education, and dignity. I mean, what kind of nation do we want to live in? One that fuels fear, or one that feeds hope? I'll close on the fact that despite the detention and the horrific treatment that was meted out to us, we still had a safety net. You know, we knew that the world was watching. We had international passports. We had members of parliament and people that were able to socialize the stuff that was going to happen to us. So we knew there was a limit to what they could do to us. Thankfully, nobody was seriously harmed. But the Palestinians don't have that luxury. You know, they've continued to suffer in silence, unseen for decades. And, you know, the struggle for nuclear disarmament and for Gaza is the same. The struggle for life over destruction, truth over silence. And thank you to the CND and to the host today for keeping that light burning when many, many others have turned away. I'll close on the fact that Scotland should and does have a loud voice. And from Fast Lane to Gaza, we should choose peace over power, courage over comfort, and humanity over fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid, for that unbelievably powerful account. And if we want to know what courage and hope for change is really about, that I think sets us in exactly the right place. But thanks also to Keith and to Kate for launching us off so well, for highlighting the framework within which we're looking at the issues today. We're going to take a very short break in a moment while there's a change around on stage, which means that there's an opportunity for tea and coffee and loos and other kinds of things, but please do be back in a couple of minutes. But before that, wanted to do two things. First of all, to issue some thanks, because this is a Scottish CND organised conference, but we couldn't have done it without the partnership of the other organisations involved. And that, of course, involves Friends of the Earth Scotland. We're delighted to make the link with them, but it also involves several trade unions. I particularly want to highlight the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union, the RMT in Scotland. We're going to be hearing from Gordon, from them fairly shortly. We've also got Anne Henderson with us, and they've given us a lot of support for this conference. Unison have as well, and the Fire Brigades Union. We also want to thank Commonweal, and we want to thank Stop the War Scotland. All of those have played a major role in helping this conference to happen, and they also illustrate the kind of connections that we want to make at this conference and carry forward. So big thank you to them. There were quite a lot of people who would have liked to have been at this conference, or indeed have spoken at this conference. We can't give messages from all of them, but we have highlighted just 3. And the first one is, though this is a conference based in Scotland, we've also been in connection with people throughout these islands. And so we're delighted that we've had a message from the office of Zach Polanski, leader of the Green Party in England and Wales, who you may have heard of through the media recently. And as you can see, Zach says, the work you and Scottish CND are doing to connect the fight against nuclear weapons with a wider transformative agenda is inspiring, and I'm deeply supportive of the cause. I'll be cheering you on from afar. Please do keep us updated. We will do that, Zach. And then another message we've received from Leslie Orr. Leslie's a feminist academic and a peace and justice activist, and has deep links, of course, with the Iona community. We've got faith communities as well as secular campaigns who are behind this conference today. And Leslie says, very best wishes for this conference. It's so important that we renew the pushback against the horror of nuclear weapons and the dangers of militarism, and that we remember that huge impetus for the last wave of anti-nuclear protest in Britain came from Green and women and others. As in the climate movement, maybe women will be the key to the fresh impetus needed. So thank you to Leslie and others for that. And then we have a short video from Professor Paul Rogers, who of course was the first professor of peace studies in Britain at Bradford. He's now an emeritus professor. He's still very active, and he had this message for us.
This is really very important for 2 quite different reasons. One is we're in a period where we have what almost amounts to a new nuclear arms race. All 9 countries that have nuclear weapons are currently modernizing and in many cases expanding their arsenals. That's a crazy situation to be in, and it's really important that we're addressing it at a conference like this. But the other reason is wider. I think this is what is so good about the program today, is that we're looking at these 3 big issues of environment, economy, and security. And in all of those, things are going wrong, and they all interconnect. So you've got the problems of climate breakdown, you've got almost runaway wealth in many ways, and you've got military-industrial complexes which are just expanding vigorously. Putting them all together, I think, is crucially important, seeing the connections. It looks to me like this conference is intended to do precisely that. So I really hope it goes very well, and it's going to really a well-worth day as far as I can see. So good luck with it.
So thank you to Paul and Zach and Leslie and all the others who sent messages, and everyone who's watching this from home as well. And of course, the entire conference is going to be up on YouTube afterwards. Right, so very short sort of comfort break now, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the first panel. And that will include contributions from our panelists, but it will also be an opportunity for you to join in the conversation with your questions and comments. If we can get Gordon and Sophie and Brian up on the stage. Do you know Gordon? You said that? Excellent. That's great. We're just waiting for Sophie. Sophie. Oh, here she is. Okay, friends, if you'd like to move back to your seats, refreshed with coffee and conversation, we're going to start the first panel discussion.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure even if you're still getting your coffee, you can follow the discussion. You can't possibly have missed the amount of PR effort that's gone in to convincing the population that pouring loads of money into the big arms companies is going to be very good for the economy and is going to give lots of people new jobs. Now, I think we know the reality, and our panel is going to address the implications for the economy of increases in defence expenditure and the way in which that money is being used. Now, we have here Sophie Bolt, who's General Secretary of UK CND. And I'm going to link Sophie. Sophie will be starting the contributions with Gordon Martin, who's Scottish organiser for RMT. And it may seem a kind of odd combination, but in fact, UKCND and RMT have worked so well together on a very valuable alternative defence project, and I'm sure both will be speaking on this. And we also have Brian Leishman here. Brian was elected as a Labour MP for Grangemouth, Alloa, and then he got promotion. And now he's in that distinguished group of independent MPs at Westminster. I'm sure you have that particular grouping has a wide body of support in the country. And then we have Craig Dalziel from Commonweal. Craig is head of policy and research, and for many years now we've depended on Craig doing so much of that serious statistical and policy analysis work. And that is so important because the resources we have at our disposal are modest. But the resources the other side have at their disposal are vast. That doesn't mean that good work can't be more effective than the kind of PR exercises we get from the opposition. So first of all, if I could ask Sophie.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here in Scotland and in the fantastic city of Glasgow, which I love dearly and really, I think deep down want to live here, but we'll see. So yeah, it's really great to be here. I mean, so this session is looking at the sort of the economic disaster of this huge increase in military spending and nuclear weapons. And the British government certainly is using that to try and, what the government's doing is it's trying to justify these huge increases in military spending and nuclear expansion by saying that this is going to create loads of jobs, it's going to be really good for the economy, it's going to, kickstart growth. That's one of the key arguments that it's using. The other key argument is, of course, that it says that this is going to keep us safe. Yeah, that we have to prepare for war in order to bring about peace. Now, obviously, both of those two arguments are completely false. So later on in the day, we're going to be talking about that second one in terms of it making us far more insecure. So this one, we're going to be looking at the economic side of things. So globally, according to the UN, spending on nuclear weapons and war was 2.7 trillion in 2024, and that marks the steepest year-on-year rise for at least the last 3 decades, so over 30 years. Now, this is being driven by Trump and NATO pushing this 5% of GDP for military spending, but it's not just the NATO states across Europe, but also US allies are coming under huge pressure from Trump to be increasing their military spending, particularly across the Asia-Pacific. And this is being justified in terms of we've got to sort of bring about peace in Ukraine. That's a whole argument around pushing military spending across Europe. But it's also, as we know, this is actually really about preparing for global war. And this, of course, is massively increasing the threat of nuclear annihilation and, of course, driving climate breakdown. And so people refer to the doomsday clock, which, that's to sort of indicate how far we're moving towards the annihilation of the planet, concerns around annihilation of the planet. So that at the hands of the doomsday clock, they moved another second closer to midnight this year. And as they say, it's because of the threat of nuclear annihilation, but also the threat of climate catastrophe. And of course, this hasn't created prosperity across the world, has it? On the contrary, in most parts of the world, it's actually massively accelerating global poverty, and not least because of the cuts to overseas aid. And of course, on a very kind of basic level, war, militarism, and nuclear weapons destroy economic prosperity because it's actually destructive, not productive investment. Weapons either explode in use, like the Storm Shadow missiles, that's just £1 million just gone, just like that, one of those missiles. So they're either destroyed or they destroy the infrastructure. They kill huge swathes of the population. And of course, nuclear weapons can basically destroy huge parts of the planet, roll back civilization for centuries, and create this global famine. And I would say that the most kind of obscene example of the destructive nature of war is, as we're seeing, the horrific genocide being carried out by nuclear-armed Israel against the Palestinian people. So the idea that we can build a strong, thriving, prosperous economy on nuclear weapons and war is obviously an absolute obscene lie and completely false. But as I say, in order to justify these huge increases in military spending, that is precisely what the British government is arguing. That getting war ready will help kickstart the British economy, drive economic growth, and create jobs. So let's unpack this. So to start with, the defence industry accounts for only 1% of United Kingdom's economic output. So it's actually a very, very small part of the economy. Yet the government is arguing that by pouring hundreds of billions into this tiny sector, it's going to turn the entire economy around. Now, not only is it, currently a tiny sector of the economy, but it is also highly concentrated. Nearly half of the government contracts are awarded non-competitively, resulting in small and medium-sized firms securing a really tiny fraction of those contracts. So this monopoly structure means that most of the supposed growth is actually held by a very small number of companies, not the wider economy at all. And these small number of companies, well, they're the arms industry, aren't they? These are the private arms companies, and they are making huge profits. Now, despite the Strategic Defence Review, when it was published, provides a blueprint for long-term growth in this sector. Now, I attended a fringe meeting at Labour Party conference that was organised by the Future Governance Forum and the Council for Geostrategy. Very interesting and eye-opening, with Paul Mason, Kevin Bonaveria, he's the MP for Stevenage, but also Adam Forgill-Jenkins, who's the Managing Director for Government Relations for British Aerospace. And that fringe meeting, there was a palpable excitement in the room at the money that's going to be rolling in. And as the MD for British Aerospace said, he said the Strategic Defence Review is a signal to the market that the money is going to be rolling in. So, and where is this profit going? It's going to shareholders. It's not going into the communities where these arms companies are based. Just look at Barrow-in-Furness in northeast England. This has been totally dominated by the nuclear industry and British aerospace for decades. It's where the shipyard makes Britain's nuclear submarines and now the new generation of Dreadnought. Now, the government presents Barrow as a success story for local growth and regeneration. It's called Team Barrow. Yet, what do you see when you go there? Really, really high levels of deprivation. And in fact, the levels of deprivation are higher than the national average. The money's not going into the community. And these levels of deprivation are despite the fact that the government is actually putting more money into housing. It's just not making any difference to the population. And in fact, much of the profit generated by the defence sector is not reinvested in the United Kingdom. So British Aerospace, which is the defence sector's biggest firm, is effectively a joint US-UK company. And nearly the majority of its capital is invested in the US. And the majority of its shareholders are US investment companies like BlackRock. So public investment in military is not going into building the British economy. And as I say, it's a tiny sector. It works like a monopoly. It holds the wealth, and it only enriches arms company shareholders. So what about jobs? This too is a myth. The defence sector is not jobs rich. In comparison to the vast levels of public money which is spent on these contracts, the jobs are really, really tiny. According to the Aerospace Defence and Space Trade Body, the ADS, increasing military spending by 17 billion to 3% of GDP would add 50,000 jobs to that sector. In contrast, Transport for London procurement between 2023 and 2024 created the same number of jobs, over 50,000 jobs, direct jobs, but at a cost of just 5.95 billion. And the rise in military spending, of course, is coming at the expense of investment in our public services like health, education, our welfare system, transport, and of course, climate action. So this means the hundreds of billions that are being spent on nuclear weapons and militarism are taking funds away from the critical areas of the economy that actually can drive economic growth and are socially necessary, not only for our very survival as well as our economic prosperity. So it's absolutely critical that there is an alternative to nuclear weapons and war, and that we have to urgently build public pressure to halt this nuclear expansionism and the war drive. And instead, we need to be focusing on the real security issues and threats that we face. People might have seen that the Joint Intelligence Committee, that's a cross-party, committee in the government, its latest report, which has been suppressed by the British government, shows that Britain's national security is under severe threat from climate breakdown and looming collapse of vital natural ecosystems. And this is going to bring about huge food shortages as well as economic disaster in just a few years' time. Now, as I say, that report has been suppressed by the government precisely because it doesn't suit its narrative that the real threats we face are war. They don't want to deal with the actual real threats that we are facing, which is around climate change. So investment in climate action is an absolute priority if we are to survive, as I say, let alone prosper. So it's absolutely critical that we push for this report to be published and to be acted upon. Also, investment in public transport is equally absolutely critical. As well as it being so jobs rich, it's absolutely critical in terms of reducing our carbon emissions, cutting reliance on cars. If we had proper investment in high-speed rail, cutting the number of flights. This is really critical for our growth, but also in terms of making our economy more efficient. You have a better transport system, you have a more efficient economy. And research by the Scottish Government looking at jobs multipliers, so that's like which economic sectors create the greatest output in terms of jobs. That shows that the health sector creates 3 times the number of jobs as the defence industry. And of course, human security is what we need to be prioritising, isn't it? Access to free healthcare, education, decent and safe jobs, affordable and sustainable housing. This is what we need to do in order to end social deprivation. And these are critical to a prosperous and healthy society. This is what we should be prioritising. Now, defence diversification is an absolutely critical part of this work. And this is seeing military industries as economic engines that can reorientate to address the climate change and social deprivation. And this is already happening, but in a piecemeal way. So, for example, at least 4 UK naval shipyards on the Forth, Lagan, the Tyne and Mersey are all involved in production of the offshore wind sector, making wind turbines. And of course, all the highly skilled engineers that are working in the military industry, they could be making the dialysis machines, they could be making the ventilators as well as the wind turbines. But for this to be successful, it has to have state support. We need to have a jobs diversification agency that's totally supported by our government. And this is what is advocated in the Alternative Defence Review, which we've been plugging, which, as I say, C&D has worked on and been absolutely delighted to be working with RMT. And that calls for common security. Yeah? So that's reducing our military spending, it's getting rid of our nuclear weapons, it's orienting around a common security is looking at the security interests of all those in a region, every country, not just the security interests of one country. We need to be focusing on diplomacy, on dialogue, and, as I say, on human security. Now, that whole idea, that sort of reorientation from the direction that the government is going on, was totally reinforced at the TUC this year. We had a really, really huge victory of the Trade Union Congress representing millions and millions of workers saying that we need to have wages, not weapons. Yeah? We cannot have an economy that's driven and based on militarism, war, genocide. Yeah? We need to have an economy that's based on the real security interests, the real security threats that we face, and about really defending human security. And that victory was very, very significant. Sort of 2-3 years ago, you'd had a very, very negative situation where the TUC had voted for a massive increase in military spending and wanting a 30-year pipeline for nuclear contracts. So this is a huge reversal. And like a big part of that is due to the huge movement for Palestine and against the genocide. It's really, really critical that we understand how connected these struggles are. Had a massive, massive impact. So as I say, it's really, really significant. It's a massive victory, and it's a real opportunity for us to push forward on how we can develop this area of work. It's really important that we bring communities together, here in this room, with industry, with the trade unions, with the climate movement, absolutely critical. And the Alternative Defence Review recommends that the process of defence diversification must be managed at specific production sites like Clyde, like Barrow, to ensure that the workers there can move into jobs within, the same or better terms, but within their local areas. And social investment is absolutely critical to be able to support communities more broadly through that transition. Now, there have been really great examples of diversification. People might have seen the green Clyde side, which is this modelling about transitioning away from militarism, making wind turbines, which has been put together by the Transition Security Project. Have a look for it on the internet if you haven't. And that's about, transitioning towards making wind turbines, where the docks here could be used to sort of ship those wind turbines out. And of course, if those shipyards like Clyde and Barrow are publicly owned, that means that all the money that's being made from those industries would be going directly back into the communities to properly build those communities sustainably. So, we know that we are at an absolutely critical time. The dangers of nuclear weapons being used has never been higher. We're being dragged into, greater and greater economic crises because of this war drive. It's totally driving climate breakdown and poverty, and it's trying to destroy our public services and our communities. But we have the solutions. We have the solutions to all of these problems. So I think people should be confident. I think it is important that we articulate what the problems are, but we also have the solutions and we need to articulate those. And I feel that here in this room, you have the kind of alliances that you need to really start to look at how you can be doing defence diversification in your communities, bringing those communities together. And this needs to happen across the country. And I would say that because the situation is so serious, more and more people are waking up and understanding the kind of crisis that we face and how interconnected these issues are, and are much more prepared to actually stand up and get involved. So let's continue, let's really push for this. And we have a huge opportunity here as well as big challenges. Thanks.
Thank you and good morning. It is important to say thank you. Thank you very much to CND for putting this event on, and also to the many trade unions that have supported it. I'm going to be repeating certain things that have been said already, but I'm comfortable with that because we're talking about some massive issues, and I think it is worth reiterating those. In January this year, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the doomsday clock forward by a second. We currently sit at 89 seconds to midnight, the closest humanity has been to the end of the world. And political turmoil is, no doubt about it, a global issue. But looking at here at home, after a decade and a half of austerity that has immiserated communities all over the country, a pandemic that saw an explosion in wealth inequality, then a cost of living crisis which is still going, but has further exaggerated that inequality as the many in our society have become poorer. We now see disenfranchisement, we see disengagement, and we see an awful lot of despair. Austerity and the inevitable consequences that follow it have led to a rapid deterioration in living standards. The social fabric of our communities, the social fabric of our country has been ripped apart. And like 410 other Labour Party members, I was elected in 2024 on a manifesto of change and providing national renewal. The need to break away from the policies of the last 14 years was clear. We saw a combination of impotent politicians that allowed and even, let's be honest, encouraged capitalism to run riot, making political decisions that have led to this society that we see of gross inequality and ever-deepening poverty. The most obvious example being millions of people now relying on food banks to survive and warm spaces for heat. Frankly, incredible that that is life in the 6th largest economy in the world. Frustratingly, the quote-unquote change being offered has so far anyway not been transformative in its nature. While the pursuit of economic growth is of course laudable, how the government planned to achieve it, in all honesty, is not. In just over 3 weeks, I will sit in the House of Commons and listen to the budget. The choice facing the Chancellor is very, very clear: to tax the wealthiest in society and embark on a programme of redistributing wealth by investing in the public services that will combat poverty, or to continue along a very familiar path that will lead to deepening and growing inequality. I've said already many times in meetings and in the House of Commons, I completely reject the notion that austerity and the savage social consequences it has brought can be alleviated through more austerity. Because the argument that there is no money for public services and that it is an economic necessity for government departments to make more cuts is frankly ludicrous. Because there is money for nuclear bombs and weapons of mass destruction. And as already has been hinted at, it's fair to say that during my time as an MP in Parliament, I have been at odds with my own party somewhat on a lot of different issues. But one of the most worrying policy decisions is in the ideology that the route to improving people's living standards runs through militarism. At best, this is misguided, and at worst, it further jeopardises global safety. Fundamentally, the Prime Minister believes that by increasing defence spending, then we will drive economic growth and also, at the same time, keep us safe from perceived threats. Let's look at the first point. As Sophie said, does military expenditure actually grow our economy? To cite the global campaign on military spending, then the answer is no, not really. They say that military spending has one of the lowest employment multipliers of all economic categories, ranking 70th out of 100 in terms of the employment it generates. Energy, agriculture and food, chemicals, iron and steel, and construction have far greater employment multipliers than military spending. And as austerity has impacted communities in all 4 nations of the UK, when it comes to UK national renewal, then Ministry of Defence figures highlight that defence employment is densely concentrated in specific geographical regions of the country. Defence is neither a UK-wide industry, nor does it help small or medium-sized businesses, as they only secure 5% of orders. So, it does beg the question, if it's not workers or small and medium-sized businesses that benefit and prosper from increased military spending, then who does? Well, looking at the government's strategic defence review, the goal of making a UK defence industrial powerhouse, then, of course, it will be arms manufacturers. In Westminster, I hate to say it, but politicians from across the House are queuing up to extol the virtues of private capital as being the solution to improving people's living standards. But what politicians won't do is to tell the truth that the increase in military spending comes at the expense of funding the vital social needs the UK has after a decade and a half of this crippling austerity. The policies that have exaggerated existing inequalities, created new ones, impoverished communities, and caused hundreds of excess deaths. It's all about making political choices. To either build the hospitals that save lives, the schools that educate, upgrade infrastructure and invest in public services to improve living conditions, or do we go on a spending spree of tens of billions of pounds on military hardware, with those billions of pounds of expenditure inevitably flowing to private capital? The choice is clear: to build or to destroy. Things really are that black and white. Workers and communities It's clear, in my opinion, they need the former, not the latter. And as Sophie said, British military spending supports less than 1% of the UK workforce. So it won't be the working class that benefit from the so-called defence dividends. Of course, it will be weapons manufacturers. With this drive to rearmament, arms manufacturers are being allowed an extraordinary influence in British policy making, decision taking and procurement. Arms manufacturers have embedded themselves in government and have done so and been allowed to do so for decades. And today, the most powerful and prominent politicians in the country are painting a horrendously bleak picture. The Chancellor warns that the world is changing. The Secretary of State for Defence warns that warfare is changing. The Prime Minister warns that Britain must become a battle-ready, armour-clad nation. This huge effort to convince the public that being on a perpetual war footing is not only necessary, but that it will keep us safe internationally, is Orwellian in the extreme. This rhetoric is not designed to keep us safe. Instead, it is a tactic to exploit fear, a tactic to promote private capital and imperial interests, proving that austerity is linked to capitalism, is linked to imperialism. And of course, domestic cuts to services and increased defence spending are, as we've heard already, inextricably linked to our foreign policy. British foreign policy is not formed, shaped, or even debated within the corridors of Whitehall. Neither does our foreign policy draw on the historic, morally just changes achieved through decades of decolonisation or the political gains achieved by the working class, either domestically or abroad. Nor is it based on domestic or international struggles, campaigns or causes like CND or the civil rights movement. Just as domestic spending to improve living standards has been deemed less worthy compared to funding the arms trade, the decision to cut overseas development aid was portrayed as a direct choice between guaranteeing security and safety at home or helping some of the most impoverished people in the world, those living in the gravest of danger. That is not a foreign policy that this country should ever adopt. British foreign policy, and it's an inconvenient truth, but British foreign policy is to copy the United States. Trump has cut billions of dollars from American international development. The White House says the Trump administration will cut government spending that is woke, weaponized, and wasteful. $3 billion from US aid, $800 million from international peacekeeping operations, and more than $300 million to encourage democratic values and practices in other countries. All cut. By doing something similar and cutting our own overseas development aid, the UK is contributing to that growing global danger faced by the most vulnerable people in the world. And we further compound this by continuing to sell arms to nation states that abuse human rights. This is classic politics that divide people, that sows discord and disharmony, that creates division and a world that is dog eat dog, and the attitude is to hell with your neighbour. Not only is this immoral brand of politics the antithesis of the socialist tradition of internationalism, it is also a completely false economy. Because to choose rearmament over foreign aid and a domestic programme that will radically transform people's living standards, just so that corporations can make obscene profits and shareholders get their dividends, that will not make the UK a more equal country or society. Or will it make the world a safer place? Meaning, again, in January next year, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists will have to move the second hand again closer to midnight. Thank you very much for your time today. It's a pleasure to be here.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organisers for the invite to come along this morning and speak to you and listen to some of the wonderful contributions so far. Comrade Sid and his comrades that went to try and assist the people of Gaza. Unlike our Prime Minister, who's the temerity to suspend a guy like Brian here, who's standing promoting the stuff that the Labour Party should be promoting, as opposed to saying it's okay to cut off electric, food and water supply to Gazans. That's what Starmer said, the leader of the Labour Party. Not only should he be kicked out of the Labour Party, he should be in the jail. That's where Keir Starmer should be. Along with countless other cowardly politicians who, remember, are supposed to work for us but promote the agenda of the military complex and the big industrial complexes at the same time as millions of people in this country can't heat their homes and feed their kids. That is a brutal reality of life in Scotland and Britain in 2025. And it's not going to get any better. It's not going to get any better unless we make it better. And we've touched on the problems. You know, we've got the military wing bombing Gaza, committing a genocide in front. Somebody said it earlier, the TV, the whole world is watching. Governments are doing nothing. We're doing stuff. Sid and others are doing more than most of us, but we're doing what we can, protesting in the streets, etc., etc., while the politicians tell us there is no other choice. Well, there is other choices. At the same time, we've got an ongoing military conflict between Russia and Ukraine, where working class people are being slaughtered on an industrial scale, while the profits of the boss class in both those countries and across the world are booming like never before. So we're touching on the problems here. The problem fundamentally for me is capitalism. And the only solution that I can see is socialism. Because without socialism, as Rosa Luxemburg said, we've got barbarism. And by God, we are seeing barbarism now on our TV screens in Gaza and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, look at the infrastructure round about you. Have you ever seen this country in such a bad state? I certainly haven't. And that's only going to get worse, because again, there is no choice to tell us. There is no choice other than to have schools where teachers can't get jobs despite there being vacancies galore, an NHS that is on its knees with hundreds and thousands of vacancies right across it, while people need medical treatment, as they always have done, but you know that we're told that the money isn't there. We've got cuts to the councils, cuts to the fire brigade, and then in some of the industries that we organise in, we hear about a just transition from oil and gas to renewables. Well, there is no just transition. There will be a transition of sorts, but there won't be any justice in it. Because what it's leading to at the moment is our members getting thrown on the dole. Or if they can be retrained, guess who's having to pay for it? The workers themselves are having to pay for the training. You know, this should be like a national critical infrastructure situation where the so-called political elite say, right, what do we need to do? We need to reduce the carbon footprint, you know, and we spoke about earlier about the absolutely disaster in Jamaica and elsewhere in that part of the world just in the last couple of days. So I think everybody agrees that there is imminent disaster, and for some parts of the world, you know, they've already experienced it. But what's the politicians doing about it? Burying their head in the sand, the booming profits for arms manufacturers and others, and who's going to suffer? As always, us. We're going to suffer. So something really has to be done about it. And as I say, the problem is a fundamental one of capitalism, and most of the parties are offering us the same solution. You know, there is no alternative. We need to cut, we need to cut, we need to cut. Well, who in here wants cuts? We don't want cuts. The politicians should be addressing the physical and emotional needs of the people that they're supposed to represent, but as we've already established, they don't represent us. So we need to do something about that. We need to get organised. And politicians need to start telling the truth, and they need to be put behind the 8 ball when they don't tell the truth. And this isn't just a narrative we're experiencing here in Britain or even Europe. This is across the world. To bring it back to a British perspective, we're now looking at a warfare state. I mean, Brian's party, along with others, created the welfare state a wee bit before my time, but I've benefited significantly from it, as everybody in this room has. The welfare state after the Second World War. So for the ashes of a worldwide conflict, governments then, politicians then, had the foresight to invest in their people, you know, and built a health service, a welfare state. That has now been totally dismantled for a warfare state, but they're going to take money for sick, elderly, poor and young people and put it into a military complex, which we all hope will never be used anyway. So it's pointless waste of trillions of pounds across the world. And we can't continue with that. We've got a brutal race to the bottom where, as I say, I'm a trade union official. All I hear from companies is, I would like to invest, but we've not got the money, therefore we need to cut. And as I say, in the oil and gas sector where we organise, we're seeing that now with potentially thousands of people being thrown on the scrap heap. Now they are skilled people, skilled men and women that can transform society for the better. It's not as if we don't need stuff. All you need to do is walk through. I walked up for Queen Street Station a year earlier. The place is a mess. The roads are a mess. The whole infrastructure is hanging by a thread. And we see it even I mean, you get storms in Britain, nothing like the hurricanes that Jamaica's just experienced. But you get a storm in Britain these days. Parts of the country are out of commission for a week or more. We're not even winter storms, we're not even in winter yet, and we're getting storms that are putting whole swathes of the country out of commission. That again is due to a lack of investment in the actual infrastructure and cutting the jobs of the people that can go out and restore electricity, get the trains running again, get the roads operable. That is where it's down to. So the problem is fundamentally one of capitalism, one of underinvestment. The skills are there, the people are here, and the money is here. It's just the political will isn't, and that's across the political spectrum. I'm not a member of any political party, and I'll have a go at them all equally, where they don't do what they should be doing, which is representing us. And I know I've said that a couple of times before, but it's an absolute fact. They don't represent us. They represent their party, and they represent the interests of those that put them in power, forgetting that it's really us that put them in power. Now, there is honourable exceptions to that. We've got some of them here, Brian, Richard sitting at the back there speaking later, that try and stand up against that. But that's the reality. The party system doesn't represent us. And while the rich are getting richer, our infrastructure is falling apart. We've got kids that can't get taught properly in schools. Councils are starved of resources. Dire lack of adequate housing. That is the reality in 2025. It's like modernisation I keep hearing in the industries that I organise in. We need to modernise. but it always modernises back the way. And the country itself seems to have been modernised back to 1925 rather than 2025 in my view. So I'll end there, get other speakers on, and I think we're running quite a bit behind schedules as it is at the moment, other than to say, you know, the fundamental problem here is capitalism. We need a socialistic order of society which puts the people first. You know, they say it's a hallmark of any civilised society in how it treats its young and how it treats its sick, vulnerable and elderly. What a job we're doing it, eh? So if you think we can call ourselves a civilised society, I'm afraid I can't agree with you on that. So solidarity, enjoy the rest of the conference, and thanks once again for the invite.
These microphone stands set up for normal humans. The topic of nuclear disarmament is something that's very close to me, not just philosophically, but I mean geographically. Whenever the UK's nuclear weapons travel down the M74, they pass within about 500 metres of my house, and I'm downwind of them if there's an accident. So this is something that is high on my agenda, personally. We've had a couple of people today talk about the economics of the opportunity cost of nuclear weapons. What could we spend the money on if we weren't spending them on nukes? We could talk about the economic cost of using those nuclear weapons, the cost of rebuilding a nuked city, although we've seen from the images of places like Palestine that humanity is capable of visiting that level of destruction on our fellow humans without splitting a single atom. I want to pull a thread, though, that has been mentioned today, but looks at the economics from a slightly different angle. And that's, what is the economics of the nuclear weapons themselves, the development of them? In particular, my thesis here is that for an advanced democratic economy like the UK's, it's possible, if you want, to run a civilian nuclear power sector without nuclear weapons, if you wanted to. It's not possible to run a nuclear weapons sector without a civilian nuclear power. So whenever the UK politicians are talking about that nuclear power, they're using it as a cover for the nuclear weapons sector. And again, this is something that almost very, very closely touched me. For a bit of background, I wasn't always a pacifist eco-socialist policy wonk. My background's in physics. My PhD is in two-photon excited fluorescence with applications in distributed optical fibre sensing. Don't worry, no one else understands that either. But back in about 2010, I was given a lecture on my research down in London on the applications of that research in extreme environments, very high temperature, high pressure environments. And afterwards, I was approached by someone who turned out to be from AWE Aldermaston, who was very interested in some of the applications of my research. That conversation, had I wanted to leave Scotland at that time, that conversation could have turned into a job. I think back at my colleagues in the nuclear physics. Don't worry, I don't think they would take me now. So certainly not after today. I think about my colleagues in the nuclear physics courses at my university, and I look at where they've all gone to, and I think about half of them have gone into the civilian nuclear sector. Several others have gone into other engineering sectors, quite a few into conventional military defence. I'm pretty sure I was the only one who had a shot of going into the nuclear weapons sector if I had wanted it. So think about the economics of running that course. If there were no nuclear weapons, take one student out of it and everything runs as normal. Take more than half of them out of it because you don't have a nuclear power sector. The economics of running that course is very different. If you only have a nuclear weapons sector for those nuclear engineers to go into, a lot of universities wouldn't be running those courses. And it's not just the skills, it's not just the knowledge there that could be going elsewhere. You've got to think about all, we mentioned the economics of the mining, the economics of the engineering of the turbines, the economics of the distributed optical fibre sensors for the extreme environments. Where are the economics for nuclear weapons if we're not looking at nuclear power? So that, to me, is the lie under the nuclear promise whenever the UK is pushing civilian nuclear power. It's not just in the weapons. I often suspect this push, especially from the UK, for these small modular reactors, I suspect they are much more about creating a skill and an engineering and a supply chain for providing nuclear reactors for aircraft carriers, for nuclear submarines, or, if the news out of Russia this week is anything to go by, possibly the UK's next generation of nuclear-powered cruise missiles. So, we've heard a lot about the economics of the opportunity costs, and I won't take anything away from the other speakers here, especially as well onto the Q&A and our lunch eventually. But I also want to think about what are we investing for? We shouldn't be investing in the economics of war, or not even defence. We really should be looking at investing in the economics of peace. Think about these weapons. They're going to be 20 years down the line minimum before they're ready to use. The threats, the people who are being held up as the threats to the UK that we need apparently these weapons for are all old men. They're not going to be around by the time these things are up and running. So why not invest now for the economics of peace, so that when we're ready to talk to the next generation who want that peace, we can help them build it. Thank you.
Now, we have a short period of time for some questions. I was shown how to do this, and it did seem to work. Thank you. Just pressing the wrong bit. It's just as well I'm not in the military. Would any of you like to start off with a question to any of our panelists?
Right, thanks. Bill Ramsey, just an additional point to what we said here. This, I'm going to just read about 30 words. False promise of defence is prosperity. This is an article. And the initial... An article. The false promise of defence as prosperity. The introductory sentence reads, framing defence spending as a path to prosperity ignores its poor economic returns, limited job creation, and the opportunity cost of not making alternative public investment, right? The paper is one from the Royal United Services Institute, the world's oldest military think tank, that was published on 18th August this year. So if Rusai are putting question marks on it, although 3 weeks later, one of the defence companies demanded that they get a right reply, that shows you where things are. I mean, it makes no sense, no matter what, you know, from anywhere folk come from. A final wee point, if I can say this. I think that the panic of the defence industry throughout Europe, I think they're using Ukraine because they're also panicking because their products have very little utility in terms of the real security threats that we face. And they want to get the contract set up before folks start thinking about what are the real security issues that need to be faced. Thanks for that.
Fine. Can we have the next question?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. My question is, why are we still calling them politicians when they are working for profit, not for the people? And why are we calling, they are not even corporate, because they are not doing it for the business as well, because a businessman doesn't go at war. They do business. So I think the right name, we should be calling them with the right name, that they are mafias. Or maybe we need to find out what exactly they should be called. What do you think?
Is there a third question? No. Well, yes, there.
Yeah, it's quite a depressing time, as we all know. I think what's really struck me over the last year is just how much a vassal state, not just the UK, has become in terms of defence and wanting to shelter under the American nuclear umbrella, but the whole of the EU. They're craving, they're at their feet begging Trump to keep America involved in Europe. They're full of Russophobia, and whatever you think about the origins of the Russia-Ukraine war, it's clear it's only going to be solved by diplomacy, and they seem to set their face against that and just want to keep arming and fighting to the last poor Ukrainian who's going through the meat grinder. So my question is around, how do we turn this around? Because the world's becoming more authoritarian. We're moving into blocks of power, which you can see with the BRICS, and you can see with Russia and China kind of teaming up almost together, and you can see with obviously the West and the pleading of Europe to remain part of this American empire, if you like. So how do we get our elites who are so in bed with this initiative and so craving and on their knees in front of particularly Trump and the American neocons, how do we prize them away from that? How do we build a movement that opens people's eyes to the false promises that they're given of peace through strength and building up the weapons industry in order to protect us, when we can see obviously such pressing need of our public services, the deprivation and poverty in our communities, which is getting totally ignored while this is going on. How do we prize away those politicians? Because it seems to me that the people who are making the arguments at the moment are the authoritarians who are saying we need strong men, particularly strong men, to rule us in order for us to protect our communities. And you can see that with the rise of the far right in particular.
I think we'll take those 3 questions, 3 points, and if we could start, Sophie.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the information that Bill fed in about the fact that you've got this really sort of very well established sort of military think tank that's sort of making exactly these arguments, and it sort of shows you it's not just the sort of hippie peaceniks, do you know what I mean, that are kind of have the right position in terms of sort of the economic growth of the country. It's actually a very, very wide section of the population, and I think it feeds into the points about, you know, how do we kind of build an alliance to try and stop the horror of the Ukraine war, and also what's going on in terms of these MPs, that they're clearly not acting in the interests of the British population, of British industry, you know what I mean? What's going on here? And I think that it's exactly that. You know, what is happening is not in our interest. It's not in our interest. It's not in the interest of the working people across Europe. You know, we are seeing huge increases in terms of poverty, economic instability. You know, our sort of economies are only kind of tanking, really. Sorry, I shouldn't use that word. They are damaged, aren't they, by this war drive? And so I think that I feel like what we have to do is to sort of continue to be presenting that to the wider population. Let's look at the reality of the war drive. It's only making, you know, us in a situation where we're much more likely to be threatened with a nuclear war, and it's massively increasing poverty. And I think that more and more people are understanding that. Certainly CND, we found that we're having large numbers of people join CND precisely because of their fears around what's happening in Ukraine, but also we're having people join us from the trade union movement because of the economic impact. So I think that it's understanding that what this conference is trying to do, bring together an alliance of the climate movement, of the peace movement, of the trade union movement, of the anti-austerity movement, bring all of those alliances together to put pressure onto our political representatives who are not acting in the national security interests of Britain at all. They are being led by the nose by NATO and by the US administration, and I think that's ultimately what's going on here, is that our foreign policy, our defence policy, and hence our economic priorities are not being set in our interests. They are being set by the interests of the foreign policy interests of the US administration, which is only about what's the interest in a tiny, tiny section of the US population, and against the interests of the entire world, because it's driving us towards, potentially sort of nuclear global war. And I think, as I say, more and more people are understanding that. There's a huge amount of opposition to Trump, understandably, because people see, the sort of the trade tariff war, that's only about what's in the interest, as I say, of this tiny section of the sort of the US population. It's all about, trade deals for the US. It's not about jobs and economic security for Britain.
It's always the kind of trial of the pacifist in dangerous times. We're told, right, there's a tank on our lawn. What's your pacifism going to do about that? Where the answer actually is, well, if you had listened to us 20 years ago when we said, if you do this or if you don't do that, in 20 years' time there'll be a tank on the lawn, and they didn't, and now there is, right? This is why I'm saying, right, if the threat today truly is, Putin or Trump or whoever you want to mention, what do we need to do now to make sure their successor is not a threat? That's where the work of the pacifists starts now.
We've got time just for a couple more questions. Did Gordon want to come in? Sorry.
I'll be very brief. In this country, despite the cuts and the savage attacks on living standards and conditions at work, etc., rather than a clamour for either independence for Scotland or a clamour for socialism, unfortunately, at the moment, the mood music seems to be, as the comrade in the audience said, a move to the far right. Now, I don't fear reform whatsoever. It's what comes after them I fear. Because when the people soon see through them, they'll really have a choice at that point. Do they move to the left or do they go further to the right? And if they go further to the right, I'm afraid we've got real problems that will be very difficult to shake off. The colleague asked what we should call politicians. Well, I'm far too polite to say in an audience like this what I call them, sometimes to their face, incidentally, as well, but that's another story. But there's a book out there written by a guy called Bob Wiley, and it's about the collapse of Carillion as a company, or a big engineering infrastructure company, and how the governments and others were complicit in it. Bandit capitalism, it's called. And shortly after that book came out, P&O unceremoniously sacked the whole workforce via Zoom. And that's what I refer to P&O as from then on, bandit capitalists. But if you look right across the political spectrum, at most of the MPs, bandit capitalists is fitting for them. As I say, honourable exceptions, Bill, Brian, Richard in the audience there, but have a good look at most of them and think, nah, you're no for me.
Firstly, what a job this man to my left's done in auditioning for my election agent next time the general election's there. So I will be needing one. Thank you, you're hired. But to be serious, I think going back to question 2, I think the gentleman raises a good point there, and I think what we've got to do is we've got to have proper scrutiny of politicians and whose interests they represent, who funds them. I think that is, I think that's critically important. And I think going back to something that we have touched on today, and Sid spoke so brilliantly on what's happening in Palestine. I think we do see a very, very powerful Israeli lobby in British politics, and I think that's something that has to be exposed and scrutinised much further. I also think, as well, as on the topic of change, I think history shows that change doesn't happen in Parliament with politicians. I think it happens with people like yourselves that come to meetings like this. And I think the sharing of struggles to borrow trade unionism there, the sharing of struggles is more important now than ever. When I look at something that happened in my constituency, but it goes beyond as a constituency issue, it's a national issue, in the closure of the Grangemouth oil refinery. I've spoken at many meetings, and what's been so brilliantly refreshing has been a real broad spectrum of people there from different organisations. We've seen organisations such as Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth Scotland, Green New Deal Rising, but then we've also had trade unions, Unite, GMB and others involved, and brilliantly, really critically important oil and gas workers that want to be part of a proper just transition. We've seen a huge difference there in people in backgrounds all come together and say that the way that things are is wrong. And I think that now, with so many things that are wrong in Scottish and UK society, I think we've got to have that broad coalition and people coming together. And I think to touch back to Gordon said there, I want to pay my respect to the RMT. The RMT as a union have had fantastic legacy of leaders, Bob Crow, Mick Lynch, and now currently Eddie Dempsey. And when we go back a few years back to the Enough is Enough campaign, which really was it really set alight, it set something going, and sadly, it kind of fell by the wayside in all honesty. And we saw the very best of the RMT and the wider trade union movement in that campaign. I think we need to get something like that back on the go and actually hold politicians to account as well.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Craig. We're running a few minutes late, but not seriously, but I'm kind of speaking on behalf of the lunch party and saying we haven't got time for more questions now, but we will make sure that there's much more time this afternoon for you to come in. But in the meantime, a huge thank you to the panel. So the lunch notice is essentially enjoy your lunch, and there's tea and coffee over there. Please be back. We want to start sharp at 1 o'clock. The raffle is over in the corner, and someone's waving that around, so please go and help with that as well. And see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Just follow Bill, he's buying.
Friends, just to say, hope you've been enjoying your lunchtime, which does come to an end fairly shortly, I'm afraid to tell you. We're going to start at 1 o'clock, so grab yourself another coffee, shuffle to where you need to, talk to who you need to, and come back to your seat, and we'll start in a few minutes. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for getting into your seats. The sort of bad news is you had to eat your lunch a bit quicker than planned. The good news is we're back on time. The other good news is we're going to make sure that there's some more time this afternoon to get your comments and questions in, because as we said at the beginning, you are very much part of what we're bringing together in this conference, which is bringing people together from different parts of the peace movement, the trade union movement, the environmental movement in particular. And the focus of our first panel this afternoon is, we looked earlier at economic prosperity. We're going to look at how nuclear weapons cost the Earth. We'll kind of continue that theme in the next one, looking at insecurity as well, because we're going to hear a little bit about the nuclear winter and other things. And then we're delighted that Pat Kane has joined us. Indra Adnan is coming along as well. That last session is going to be really worth being here for, because it's about, in the face of so much that often feels to press us down, we face, really demanding existential challenges within humanity at the moment, and political processes which can be stark and frustrating. How do we develop the energy and the capacity and the ideas to be able to move forward and to move towards that Scotland for people and peace, rather than a warfare-style economy? So we're going to look at how nuclear weapons cost the Earth. We've got some great people to help us with that. In a minute, we're going to hear from Patrick Harvey, MSP, who doesn't need much introduction, but former Yep, applaud, that's fine. Former leader of the Green Party. Ross Greer was hoping to be with us. He's had something else which meant that he couldn't, so we're very grateful for Patrick for joining us this afternoon. We're also really looking forward to hearing from Kat Scowthorne from Green New Deal Rising. Again, very much the emphasis of this conference is on both analysing and looking at the situation in relation to nuclear weapons, but also building a movement. And we have then Deirdre Brock, who's the former MP for Edinburgh North and Leith, and played an important role when she was in the Commons and raising issues particularly about nuclear transportation. And then Jonathan Shafi, who's been involved with Scottish CND for some time, works with Conter, Navara Media, lots of other things, and is both an activist and a commentator. So it's going to be a great session. You're going to be very much part of it, but first of all, with no further ado, handing over to Patrick Harvey.
Thanks very much indeed, and thank you first of all for the invitation to come and speak. It is quite a meaningful thing for me. Some of my earliest memories would have been of being pushed along in a pram behind a banner not unlike that one at CND marches with my mum and dad. And I was with them last night, actually. They're past the point where they're able to come along to events like this, unfortunately, but they did want to offer their very best wishes. And I think it's a reminder to me, anyway, that I've got the opportunity to speak to you. We've all got the opportunity to be here together, but there are so many others, and have been, over years, over decades, and now over generations, who built the campaign, who've kept alive the idea of a nuclear-free world, and my mum and dad played their part, so I'm very proud of them for that. Thinking back, though, not to necessarily my days in the pram, but a few years later, of growing up in the 1980s, very, very aware of the threat that was posed by nuclear weapons, whether that was from seeing news reports and documentaries, whether it was from When the Wind Blows, or war games or threads, but also growing up as I was in Dumbarton, very, very aware of the proximity of Faslane. So both fact and fiction were there very clearly reminding me and giving me a very clear sense that nuclear weapons weren't keeping me safe. They weren't keeping anyone safe, and they were, in fact, a profound threat to all of us. Now, today we're discussing many aspects of that threat, and as was said, we've been asked to consider the environmental dimension. And I was also, at that time, growing up in a moment when the world was slowly coming to a realization and a deeper understanding of humanity's dependence on our environmental life support system, of its complexity, of its resilience and strength, but also its fragility in the face of the damage that humanity was doing to it. That we were turning something strong and healthy into something precarious. And we were learning more as well. The world was learning more about the historical crises that our planet has faced, the historical and prehistorical environmental crises, whether that's the instantaneous impact that ended the reign of the dinosaurs, or indeed that slow accumulating damage to our climate and biodiversity that's driving the current mass extinction. And now, in this moment, in the 1980s, as I was growing up, it was clear that we were adding yet another new concept into this understanding, this human understanding of environmental threat. Phrases like nuclear winter came to be common parlance. I think now things continue to develop, and our understanding has developed to the point where very few people, very few scientists with any understanding of the issue would deny that even a limited nuclear exchange, if such a thing took place, would be not only one of the most unprecedented war crimes in human history, but would be an unprecedented environmentally destructive act beyond any other single action or event in human history. And the idea of a more extensive nuclear conflict is unthinkable. But it's not only in this case of a worst-case scenario of a nuclear exchange or a nuclear war that the environmental threat can be seen. I want to pay tribute to Scottish CND and other organisations, as well as investigative journalists in places like the Ferret, who've demonstrated the environmental harm that is already being done. Nuclear waste, for example, liquid nuclear waste from the reactors at Faslane nuclear base, stored unsafely and often posing an immediate threat, and in many cases being discharged directly into the Gairloch. SEPA, the organisation charged with protecting and looking after Scotland's natural environment, having repeatedly found that the MOD's operation at Faslane is, in the typical understatement of an organisation like SEPA, poor performance, rated poor. That means it is already causing significant environmental threat with toxic chemicals, such as, for example, the high level of chlorination, something that is toxic to marine life and entirely avoidable. In terms of where these weapons go at the end of their operational life, the 20 or so nuclear submarines that have been taken out of service in the history of the UK's nuclear weapons systems, none of them have been fully decommissioned. And that's partly due to the inherent complexity. It's not something anyone can, easily say, we've found a solution to doing this. The nature of these machines themselves makes it fundamentally incredibly complex, difficult, costly, and damaging to get rid of them at the end of their operational life. There is no permanent disposal site for the nuclear waste that they produce. And in fact, at one stage, it was considered that these vessels should simply be dumped on the seabed off the west coast of Scotland. And I hope that no one in this room needs a reminder of quite what a profound lack of responsibility to today's environment, as well as to future generations, that an action like that would cost. So there are still thousands of tons of hazardous, radioactive nuclear waste which we do not have a long-term solution for how to store it and keep it safe. And even the task of attempting to do this has cost vast amounts of money, hundreds of millions of pounds spent on just this one small aspect of the wider operation of nuclear weapons. But there's also an opportunity cost. There's an opportunity cost in terms of the investment that is needed for our whole society to transition to net zero, to sustainability, and to do it fast in line with the science, and to do it fairly with justice for the communities that are affected. We need the collective will to invest in that transition, and instead we're spending the vast amounts of money that go into the maintenance, the preservation, the operation, and the renewal of nuclear weapon systems. So the environmental cost is not only in the operation of these systems directly, it's also in the lost opportunity of what we could be using that money to invest in. The environmental precarity that we have collectively created remains a growing threat. It remains a threat that we're only still coming to understand in its fullest dimensions. And it is a far greater threat to human security and to the security of all life that shares this environment than the threats which our governments point to, our governments and military point to when they seek to offer a justification for weapons of mass destruction. So this is the last point that I want to end these opening remarks with. There is another way in which nuclear weapons threaten us and threaten our environment, because they give our society a false sense of reassurance. The idea that through wielding a bigger stick than your neighbour, that's going to keep you safe. And that is a delusion. In a world which is as environmentally interconnected, interdependent, and which we have made so fragile, our security, the security of human beings in every part and corner of this world, the security of our ecosystems, the biodiversity which is our life support system, all of this, all of us sharing this increasingly precarious environmental context, is put at risk by a false idea of what defence means. One that makes us look the other way, that encourages us to look away from the true threats that we've created collectively, and threats that we can only address by acting collectively. So those are some of the thoughts that I'll offer as we begin this session, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed, Patrick. Kat from Green New Deal Rising.
Hi. So part of me is fangirling right now as my undergraduate dissertation was on the Scottish and anti-nuclear and trade union movements from the 1960s to the 80s. I found learning about the worker occupations and the peace activism of this period extremely inspiring. So I chose that topic in order to learn from the disarmament and trade union movements about how we can campaign now for a just transition from fossil fuels for workers. So it feels very full circle to be speaking from the perspective of the climate movement now. But I just wanted to acknowledge this is a two-way relationship of hopefully learning and solidarity. So my name's Kat. I'm here to represent Green New Deal Rising. Green New Deal Rising are a youth-led movement pressuring politicians to take meaningful action on the many crises of our age, namely the climate crisis and the gross inequality in this country. I don't think I can sum up the perspective that this movement reflects better than the statement on their website, so I'm going to read it out briefly. We are young people, and we've only ever known crisis. We've grown up in austerity and come of age in a pandemic, all while sailing past climate tipping points, watching storms and wildfires fill our phone screens and in our streets. Our classrooms are overcrowded, our libraries have closed down, our energy bills are unaffordable. Half our paychecks go on renting flats from landlords who don't care if our ceilings rot from mould. Meanwhile, the billionaires and fossil fuel CEOs profiting from these crises have grown richer and richer, and our political leaders have done nothing to stop it. But as well as recognising that this generation has a hard deal, we also want to recognise our power, our political agency. We want to take responsibility to take a different path. We take action pragmatically, working with as well as against politicians based on what their actions show us about who they are and what they stand for. So the campaign helped to get 12 politicians who we've defined as Green New Deal champions elected to Westminster in 2024 through a campaign of chapping doors and phone banking. In Scotland, we ran the No More Talk campaign levelled at the SNP, launched in 2023 after 15 years of the SNP being in power in Scotland. It focused on the often huge gulf between SNP values and actions, particularly regarding the just transition for fossil fuel workers to renewable energy, which has been documented extensively by the think tank Commonweal, have a stall at the back there, and protested by trade unions and climate justice groups alike. We're currently focused on a campaign called Pay Up, which is about pressuring the UK government to implement a wealth tax for corporations and the super rich. I don't think it'll be controversial or surprising to say in this setting that the top 1% of the UK own 70% of the wealth and that this is a policy failure. A CEO or an office manager doesn't work harder than a cleaner or a care worker, and regardless of work ethic, no one should be able to claim resources to such an extent that others don't have adequate housing or good and healthy food on the table. This problem is even more urgent in the era of climate breakdown, when we need to reduce our consumption in rich countries and focus on securing our collective needs rather than pursuing economic growth. This brings me to the purpose of this conference, of addressing the threat of nuclear weapons and nuclear energy. I think the most applicable area of Green New Deal Rising's demands for the anti-nuclear movement is a wealth tax. I think that this has become to be the litmus test for both environmental and social causes and for the politicians who claim to champion them, which determines whether they really care about making life better for the majority of people. At this point in history, championing environmental or social causes without championing a mass distribution of wealth feels disingenuous to me. I encourage the members of this conference to mark it as a line in the sand which they will not cross, because while I absolutely believe we can hold some different opinions, we have to be on the same page about tackling wealth inequality, or we won't be able to solve any of our problems. We want renewable infrastructure that provides good green jobs to workers. We want good health outcomes for as many people as possible. And we want to inspire people with democracy instead of losing them to the far right. All of those things require money and resources. Money and resources that rich people have, but they won't give away unless forced to. Environmentalists of any form must continually ask themselves, or ask ourselves, why should someone without economic security, who's told they're worthless by society, who's been disillusioned by political parties failing to act on their promises, why should they be invested in this cause? And I think the answer has to be that this cause is part of a movement to bring power and wealth back into public hands, particularly into the hands of marginalised and oppressed communities. As I said, I wrote my undergraduate dissertation on the Scottish anti-nuclear movement, and I really admired how SCND focused on the question of who benefits from Trident and who loses. How are elements of our defence and nuclear sectors privatised and benefiting foreign powers? How is this sucking money out of our communities, and what would a better alternative look like? These are the questions we need to keep asking and keep answering. I also think both the anti-nuclear energy and the anti-nuclear weapons causes have a harder case to make now than ever before. There are some Cold War factors still in play, like the fear-mongering about the rise of foreign anti-Western powers, a vassal relationship with the United States, and politicians who speak to the worst parts of the human psyche by preying on our capacity for fear, hatred, and prejudice. But we also have nuclear power looking increasingly desirable as understanding grows that we can't burn fossil fuels anymore. Instead of pursuing degrowth in rich economies, many will want to talk about energy abundance in the form of nuclear power, as it brings this comforting idea that we don't need to make any sacrifices to maintain a livable planet. However, I personally would argue nuclear energy requires similar sacrifices to fossil fuels. That is, it creates sacrifice zones, such as uranium mines in Kazakhstan or Namibia, nuclear waste dumping sites in Scottish rural communities, and nuclear power plants where workers aren't allowed rights or privacy. It also leaves future generations with thousands of years of toxic waste, which they have to carefully control to avoid disaster. Instead, a renewably powered circular economy might mean less consumption, especially from the rich, but it can give us a more equal society that avoids climate breakdown. One thing I think specifically the anti-nuclear energy movement can learn from climate activists is to focus on energy ownership when promoting alternative energy. One of the most heartbreaking things I have found about the Scottish Government's so-called just transition so far is how it has involved selling off our land and energy to private investors. Publicly and even better locally owned renewable energy is how we ensure good workers' rights, ethical supply chains, and for a surplus to be reinvested in the community that it was generated in. Politicians who make deals with private developers to build batteries, wind farms, hydropower dams, and the like are not helping. They're sending the message to the public that no matter who you vote for or what you do, you'll be disempowered and insecure. This is how reform wins. But thankfully, with some courage from our politicians, a wealth tax can provide the investment to build publicly owned renewable energy so we can rapidly transition from fossil fuels and render nuclear energy obsolete. Similarly, by demanding our leaders focus on global justice, diplomacy, and disarmament, we can rethink the meaning of the word security to be about schools, hospitals, land, and energy, rather than about our ability to kill each other and ourselves as fast as possible. Green New Deal Rising demand that courage from our politicians, the courage to go beyond saying nice words and act. So in that spirit, one last thing I want to do is this. It's a little reflection exercise kind of aimed at the politicians in the room. So that might be MSPs, MPs, people high up in the SNP or the Greens or Labour, and people with access to the decision makers in this country or who have had access at some point. I want to invite you to close your eyes or lower your gaze and ask yourself, have I approved or pursued privately owned energy projects? Have I wasted opportunities to campaign or vote for a wealth tax? Have I listened to private corporations, landlords, and the like, and let them water down policies demanded by trade unionists and environmentalists? And if the answer to these questions is yes, which for some of you I think it is, You have not been working for a just transition or for the real change to solve the multiple crises we face. To the rest of us here, let's make sure that politicians can't talk a big game without putting their money where their mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kat. A really important challenge to the political system from the grassroots. And I think I'm right in saying, in fact, that at the last SNP conference, motions were passed both on wealth tax and on public energy. So we're seeking to pressure all political parties, but we need to look at where the gateways are. Next, we're delighted to have Deirdre Brock here. Deirdre is down the road from me in Edinburgh and also a fairly recent escapee from Westminster.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks very much to Scottish CND for asking me along to speak to you. I was asked to talk a little bit about the work I did in Westminster when I was there on nuclear safety site events and other areas where MOD activities have impacted on our environment. There's obviously been a pretty shameful safety record on nuclear sites located in Scotland over many years. And it's always been rather difficult to measure how effective the MOD is with regard to its environmental responsibilities, perhaps because the Ministry of Defence holds specific exemptions from statute related to the safety of nuclear reactor plant and nuclear weapon activities. But in 2017, when I was in Westminster without warning, the annual nuclear safety reports produced by the Defence Nuclear Safety Regulator was suddenly stopped by the MOD and the UK government on the grounds, they said, of national security, despite the Office for Nuclear Regulation itself publicly disagreeing with that decision. And then for good measure, around the same time and again without warning, the archive files relating to Britain's nuclear weapons and atomic energy programs were also suddenly withdrawn from the National Archives by the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority. I felt the public has a right to know what is happening regarding safety issues in the nuclear sites based in Scotland, so I put in a range of questions on that subject. In response, a letter was sent to me by the minister responsible for answering, and a letter is unusual in itself. And some 6 months after I originally placed my questions, again rather unusual, and it contained a lot of soothing words, the gist of which this might look alarming, but it's nothing to worry about. But it actually revealed that since 2006, more than 500 nuclear safety events reports had been recorded at Fastlane. And a later letter revealed there'd been over 250 site events at Coalport, and those are since 2006. It was back in 2018. So a total of 789 nuclear safety incidents, and they also disclosed there had been 22 fires on its nuclear-armed or nuclear-powered submarine since June 2015. Those figures also very alarmingly showed an increase in recorded incidents in recent years, so a succession of safety failures, indeed more than one a week in the most recent years. There were Category A incidents listed in 2006, 2007 and 2008, the latter when radioactive material leaked from a barge. And Category A's show that there's been actual or high potential for radioactive release to the environment. Now, the minister said that in neither of those Cat A events was any radiological contamination evident, and that none of the events caused harm to the health of any member of staff on the naval base or to any member of the public. But frankly, given the revelations from Dominic Cummings since then, the former advisor and chief of staff to Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, who described the UK's nuclear weapons infrastructure as rotting and a dangerous disaster, you'll forgive my cynicism regarding those assurances, but it really brought home to me just how dangerous Fastlane and Coalport is. One bad mistake at Fastlane could be the end of all of us. And it's way past time those weapons were removed from Scotland. So I decided to ask those same questions of defence ministers regularly. and discovered, frankly, that things were just getting worse. Category B and C events nearly doubled from 7 in 2019 to 13 in 2021. While there were those 789 incidents that I mentioned, an average of about 66 a year, that answer in 2021 showed the average stood at now 148 incidents per year on average. In 2022, site events increased to 204 events. In 2023 came another Category A and the highest number of Category B incidents in any year since 2006. And in 2024, overall events reached the highest nuclear safety incident numbers for 15 years, with nuclear safety incidents at Fastlane and Coalport having more than doubled since in that year, since 2019. Now, in all of these, the UK government declined to give details of what made up the incidents that were recorded, so we just have to take their word for it that they were of low safety significance. Now, getting to 2025, obviously, following the 2024 election, I was no longer placed to ask my, by then, annual questions to the Minister about events. But I suggested to my colleague at Westminster, he might wish to put to the Minister my annual question about nuclear safety events. They duly did, and horrifyingly discovered there had been another Category A in 2025, the early months of this year. Now, I'm happy to report that this latest Defence Secretary, perhaps spotting that despite my absence from Westminster, the annual questions were going to continue, has finally given in and said he will provide a ministerial statement summing up the incidents of nuclear safety events at the end of each financial year. So a win of sorts, although it will not possibly be as comprehensive as the nuclear safety reports that it replaces. I've asked a number of other questions about the cost of decommissioning exercises and Dargetti Bay and so on. The other issue I'd like to just raise quickly with you is the issue of munitions dumps off our coast. I think, Patrick, did you mention this? Yeah, briefly. So specifically Beaufort's Dyke, I asked questions about that, the trench on the west coast of Scotland that's had munitions dumped into it since World War I, until about the early 1980s, I believe. It contains some radioactive waste materials down there, though not from UK government defence bodies, from companies that were given permission to do so by the Scottish Office in the 1950s. And the coast of the UK is host to dozens of these dumps, and the really worrying thing is that there does not appear to be a consistent monitoring policy of most of them, despite the various chemical nasties they contain and the undoubted corrosion that must have occurred in the various containers they were dumped in. One site in particular I was told of bothers me, particularly off the coast of England, that was used to dump up to 1,500 tonnes a year of highly radioactive waste between 1949 and 1968. Approximately 29,000 tonnes of that stuff were dumped there. Following this, I had called for an environmental audit to be done of all of the MOD's activities on land and in our waters. It's something I put to my party's, the SNP's policy, conference, and it was passed completely to acclaim. Because for far too long, Scotland's been used as a dumping ground by the MOD and a testing ground for its weaponry without any consideration being given to the damage that it does to our environment. That call was met with a deafening silence, of course. Because let's not forget that it took decades of pressure on the MOD to even admit that it was responsible for the radioactive contamination in Dargetti Bay. And it took then more years again to get it to agree to do something about it. And it is still not completely sorted, although they have gone a long way and spent many millions of pounds in order to try and contain that radioactivity. The environmental impact of the MOD's actions has never been measured. Cape Wrath is off limits to us, but there have been claims that uranium-tipped shells have been used there. At Kirkcudbright Training Centre, unexploded ordnance litters the ground. Barry Budden and Cape Wrath are sites of special scientific interest and are conservation sites, but they endure live firing. We have no idea what the possible environmental effects might be because we don't know everything that has been dumped there. It is time, I feel, that the MOD and the successive UK governments faced up to their historic responsibilities, properly survey its areas of operation, current and historic, and gave us an environmental audit and tell us what's in that Pandora's box. So it's very worrying to me that the new Labour government appears to be encouraging the relaxation of regulation of the civil and defence nuclear programs if the Nuclear Regulatory Workforce recent report is anything to go by. And just very, very quickly, if I may, Simon, I just wanted to read to you from a Labour press release. This is slightly off topic, but you'll find it interesting. It's a Labour press release. The opposition is promising untested, uncosted and experimental nuclear reactors. These are the facts. Nuclear energy is too slow to keep the lights on, too expensive to build, and too risky for our energy needs. Renewables are the cheapest form of energy, and getting more renewables into our power system will bring prices down. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. That is from a Labour press release. It's the Australian Labor Party's press release in the run-up to the last election in this year. The Liberals, misleadingly named Liberals, who are in fact Conservative and increasingly so, said they were going to build, this is part of their election platform, 7 nuclear power stations around Australia, a coal to nuclear shift. Now, saying that went down like a bucket of cold sick in Australia is pretty appropriate, I think. There's been a ban on nuclear power in Australia for many years. And Labor was accused of running a scare campaign against the Liberals' proposals for nuclear, particularly their apparent backing of a piece by Dr. Margaret Beavis from the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, where she stated there are significantly increased rates of cancer, heart attacks and strokes among the workforce in the nuclear industries. Research has looked at over 300,000 workers over 30 years, and it's very clear that working with radiation has no safe lower limit. I think it's very interesting. The UK and the Australian Labor groups have been close in the past. They've visited back and forth. So that makes the rubbishing of nuclear by their Australian counterparts rather awkward, but possibly useful to throw some of those comments back at the UK version. Though it's very odd because the Australian government is still supporting the AUKUS agreement. There are so many other things I could have said. I've had a hard time pulling it all down and sort of bringing it to a point where I don't get thrown off. But thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to participating much more, now that I have more time on my hands, with Scottish CND. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deirdre. And I mean, good to hear the kind of very detailed, hard forensic work that politicians can play in trying to hold government to account and point in a different direction. Really important stuff as well. Last but certainly not least, Jonathan Chaffee. Jonathan, you're very welcome.
Thanks. Just have to move this up slightly. Yeah, thanks to the organisers of today's event. It takes a lot of time and effort to put on these events, and they're absolutely vital. 2 days ago in Gaza, 100 people were killed by jets and bombs from above. 48 of those 100 people were children. And this is during what we are told to believe is a ceasefire. During the last number of weeks, Palestinians have been going back to their homes destroyed, and there is an estimated 10,000 bodies lying dead under the rubble. Close to 70,000 people have been identified and listed as being killed. 20,000 of those are children. Alongside the human impacts, the human toll, incomprehensible, the environmental destruction of Gaza is just as unfathomable. There are 61 million tonnes of rubble produced by the bombing and destruction. 61 million tonnes of rubble strewn with unexploded ordnance, toxic dust that affects the built environment, not just today and tomorrow and next year, but for decades into the future. It's toxified water supplies. It's meant that where once crops grew, they no longer can, nor will they be able to for many years to come. And you look at that situation and therefore have to ask a question I'm sure lots of us have been asking over the last couple of years. How has this been allowed to happen? How can it be that every single day over those 2 years we see this death and destruction, we see the withholding of aid, we see a manufactured famine, and yet it continues? This is a failure of the international system, a failure of the institutions of the international system. And it shows that the international system is something that needs to be replaced. And that system is changing. It's changing in profound ways. We are now moving in to a post-American world order, by which I mean not that the United States doesn't remain dominant in the world system, but that the era of unipolarity, of American hegemony in the world system is coming to a close. It's reflected in many ways. The United States itself has ripped up its own soft power network by making USAID obsolete. There are now the emergence of regional spheres of influence, vying and competing with one another for the world's resources. And it's a system, of course, which is under the framework of nuclear weapons, military expansionism, economic exploitation, and, of course, the exploitation of the environment. It's a system that's in crisis and which now is looking to new sectors of growth, having expended so many of them by this point, by, in an almost religious way, pinning all hope on artificial intelligence. Now, I'm not against technological progress. I think it can be very helpful for our society and indeed for the environment. But artificial intelligence requires huge amounts of power, huge amounts of energy. And one of the resources it needs in particular is water. Water to cool these data centers that run the artificial intelligence systems. And I wanted to find out how much water it would take. And over the next 5 years, it would take, for the scale of development they want to apply to artificial intelligence, enough water to serve the entire population of the United States. And this is in a context where by 2030, some are estimating now that the water reserves on the planet, drinkable water on the planet, will be able to service only 60% of the world's population. This is a system in crisis, a system which produces crisis. And it's also one in which, as I tried to outline very briefly, one which is changing and which is changing for Europe and for Scotland too. The United States is putting demands on how much our economies should be spending on arms. Arms contracts, by the way, that are headquartered in the United States. We're being asked to retool the American arms economy in a world where the threat of war is growing. It's good that the SNP are retaining their opposition to Trident, but it is a glaring contradiction that the SNP have said not only will they sign up for NATO, but by extension, that means signing up for 5% over the next few years of GDP being spent on the arms industry to retool the American arms economy. What does denuclearization then mean in this context of environmental threats, of genocide, of a rupturing world order, changing and restructuring in a way unseen since World War II? Denuclearizing would mean a completely new context, a completely new world system in which the erstwhile hopes of the United Nations might be realised, in which cooperation might come to supersede the rivalry between states as they fight it out for resources, whether that's Donald Trump looking to Greenland, where there are mineral deposits that help to produce renewable batteries, for example, or whether it be in other parts of the world, where resources, rather than being used as a huge boost to the people of that area, put a target on their backs. I want to just end, therefore, on a note of hope. If you'd said 4 or 5 years ago that the prospects of the Italian left and the Italian trade union movement would have been moved into a general strike involving millions of people, not over pay, not over conditions of the Italian working class, but as an act of international solidarity with the Palestinians, there's no way you would have been believed, because the Italian left was in such a state, and indeed the idea of a general strike, a real general strike, to mark solidarity with a people under fire in Europe would be unthinkable. And yet it happened. It's happening again at the end of November. So my conclusion from this is that we are not going to be able to rely on the institutions. We are going to have to rely on ourselves, on our own organisations, our own social movements, where we can, our own political parties, to advance the cause of denuclearisation. And that's going to have to be done on a linked up, coordinated and internationalist basis. Not from above through institutions like NATO, but from below with organisations like Scottish CND and others. And I'll leave it there.
Well, thank you very much for 4 excellent contributions from our panellists, and thank you also for sticking so well to time. Absolutely wonderful, because you all had so much to say. Patrick setting the wider scene for us, Kat coming in with the challenge, particularly from Green New Deal Rising, Deirdre talking about some of the specifics of holding Westminster and politicians to account on the environmental dangers, and then Jonathan both looking at that whole thing within the context of the international system and challenges to it, but also giving us a point of action and hope at the end. So having made those great contributions, the panellists can now enjoy sitting back in their comfy chairs. We've got nice comfy chairs up here. I'm sorry that you've got not quite such great chairs. But what we now want to do is we've got a little over 20 minutes to hear from you. I'm going to take 3 brief questions or comments at a time, and then find out who wants to respond to them and see if we can get several rounds in. So whoever's doing the microphone, I'm not sure, there's Samuel over there. Samuel, who's played a big part in the organisation of this conference as well, and we'll thank him and other people a bit later. But yeah, might as well start now. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, and I think we've got a first question down here from Lynn.
It's perfectly appropriate for you to ask the first question.
Okay, right. I'll just do very brief, right? Because I've spoken enough. But so this is a question about safety, and I'm very grateful to Deirdre for the way that she did ask questions in Parliament, and it did reveal a great deal. But the whole ideas about safety, I would like the panel to reflect on how we change understandings of safety. So SEPA, we went to visit SEPA, Samuel and I, just quickly, they explained to us, they start from what the industry wants. So if you look at the safety levels for Coalport, they're higher than you would want. But if you look at the safety levels for Turness, it's astronomically higher, because that's what they need to be able to discharge to operate. And what the statistics never tell you is it comes out in puffs, big puffs, not a continuous dribble. There is a bit of continuous dribble, but unlike Coalport, where they have accidental leaks, they have routine, regular output from power stations, and then big puffs every time they take out the fuel rods, which they have to do whenever they're shutting down, which they have to do more often at Turness because it's got a lot of cracks and they have to inspect it. And then you get a really big dose. But none of that is in the public domain properly, and it's always, we're told, it's safe. And the way that nuclear weapons are talked about, it's like the idea of a nuclear umbrella. What kind of bloody nonsense is that? As if it was keeping the rain off us, for goodness sake. Right, how do we change this?
Oh, tell us what you really think, Lynn. Deirdre, I'll give you a chew at that.
Look, it's hard. I cannot disagree with you. I think at the moment the information's just not getting out there, and I actually wanted to bring this up at some stage anyway, because you know, for a while there, when I was on Facebook, every time I looked at a video, at the end, it snapped immediately into an independent think tank's views on the 10 great reasons we should support nuclear energy in Scotland. And I really want to see us, those of us who are against nuclear energy, nuclear weapons, upping our games, because I think we need to be far more vocal about this than we are. And, you know, I know certainly from last year the impact of the money that was going into certain parties' electoral campaigns, and particularly on social media, pumping out this drumbeat, a message about, well, we know what it was about. I won't mention the particular party, I think you can guess. But it was very, very difficult to counteract. And I think, you know, we maybe don't have the money that I know some of those other groups that are pro-nuclear do, but I think we've got the people behind us, so we need to harness them in helping to counteract that.
Thanks, Deirdre. I realise incidentally I only took one question, but there's a lot in that, so I thought we'd tackle that one first. Patrick.
Thanks. Very briefly, I do think that we need to recognise that Scotland bears some responsibility itself for creating quite an inherently small c conservative set of institutions like SEPA and others that are charged with environmental protection. There will be aspects of this that are specific to nuclear weapons or to the MOD, which are reserved to Westminster, which we can point to Westminster there, but there are aspects of this which rest very clearly in Scotland. For more than 20 years, the Scottish Parliament, I'm sorry to say, has given a lot of those organisations legal responsibilities to promote economic growth. They may call it sustainable economic growth. They may use that phrase, but it's never been defined. And so those organisations that regulate industry and the potential and real environmental threats that industry creates have to do it. We've legally given them the responsibility to do it in the context of putting economic growth on a pedestal. And if we want to change that, that's already devolved. That's already within our ability to do things differently and to have a much more proactive rather than conservative set of environmental bodies.
Thanks very much, Patrick. Right, more questions.
My name's Pete Roach. I'm a former Scram and Greenpeace campaigner. I used to live in Inverkeithing. I had to walk across the beach at Dalgety Bay, unbeknown to me, across the particles in order to get to the supermarket. But I was just wondering, the MOD had to be dragged kicking and screaming to do something about Dalgety Bay, it has to be said. But are there other areas like that around Scotland at some of the other bases that I'm certainly suspicious that there are, where there might be similar contaminations?
Thanks very much, Pete, and great to have you with us. We'll just take another couple. I think there's one back there.
Where are we going, Simon? Have we got more questions? Ah, yeah.
Hello, my name's Margaret Forbes. What can we do about all the laws that are coming into play now to stop us protesting? I'm frightened to go out in the streets now. And why should that be? Why should we be frightened? Because our government is taking orders from a foreign power, and I don't mean the United States.
Thanks very much, Margaret. Is there one more question we can take in at this round?
Hi, Ross. I'm a member of Stop the War Coalition. I just wanted to draw attention to the solidarity movement between dock workers across Europe who are refusing to load arms or shipments onto the shipments to go into the Middle East and to other places. And it's on the basis, on a similar argument of the C&D's argument around fast laners, that as well as solidarity with the people of Gaza, having arms shipments in the docks themselves is actually a huge risk to the cities, because you've obviously got explosive material, and it also puts them as, kind of implicates them within the military framework of the war of being a target as well. So these arguments, I think, come together for places like Fastlane, and I think that perhaps there's scope within the trade union movement to draw the links with these dock workers from Scotland and draw on the history of Glasgow with the Rolls-Royce factories refusing to ship weapons to Chile in the 1970s. Yeah, I think that there's maybe a scope and an argument for bringing trade unionists in these industries, and not just in these industries as well, but also the way that the economy of Scotland will be shifted towards military production in all sorts of other industries, subsidiaries. We can make those arguments, I think, with other workers. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. There's three great questions. We've got one on a specific environmental question, one on the whole question of fear and you know, how we respond in terms of campaigning, and one specifically with the trade union angle. Perhaps get Deirdre to talk about Pete's question start, and then come to Jonathan about some of the campaigning things, and also Kat.
I would say undoubtedly, Peter, that there is, I mean, as I mentioned, there are dump sites all around the UK coast. I'm just reading here from a paper that I was given. From 1946 to 1993, the UK disposed of amounts of both civilian and radioactive waste at sea in accordance with national policy and legislation, and with later international agreements regulating such disposals. These disposals were seen at the time as routine and uncontroversial, which is why I think, you know, it's madness that we are not monitoring these sites now. I mean, I'm just thinking it's not necessarily to do with radioactive material, but Belgium, for example, discovered that chemicals were leaching into the waters. They had a large dump site from World War I. And they discovered that chemicals were leaching into the water, and they started doing something about it. But they only knew that because they were monitoring the site. If we don't monitor these sites, they are not out of sight, out of mind. This will come back to bite us on the bum. And we need to encourage our defence, our ministers, our governments to do this as a matter of routine. And it is not happening to the degree it should at the moment.
Thanks a lot, Deirdre. Thanks very much. I'm going to pass to Jonathan next to talk a bit more of the campaigning and trade union side.
Yeah, just quickly. I think the attack on the right to protest and the kind of absurdity of hundreds upon hundreds, I think close to 1,000 people now, you know, being arrested on terror charges, you know, Vickers, veterans of the British Army, for holding up a sign opposing genocide is obviously ridiculous. But I do think it's a sign of weakness rather than strength, to be honest. I think it shows that the argument has been lost over the issue. And you tend to find when that happens, the state then refers back to its repressive functions, and that's what we've seen. I think that it has also been notable that the demonstrations have been absolutely massive, consistently massive. So even as late on as a few weeks ago, there's 600,000 people marching in London, and that's against the atmosphere of repression, whether that's ideologically or indeed in terms of arresting people and so on. But it needs to be resisted, and it needs to be resisted in a way that involves the broadest number of people, the broadest layers of society, to say that protest is a right, it's a civil liberty that we fought for, and that we're not going to give up. And interestingly enough, you know, it's not just people like us saying this. I don't know if people saw there was a leak from an unnamed source in MI5 of all places, who basically said all the resources are getting taken up on arresting OAPs on a Saturday for sitting there with a sign saying they oppose genocide, right? It's incoherent. It's a result of weakness. It's not a result of strength. And just lastly, you see, I don't actually agree that the British state needs any foreign power to act or behave in this way or to have an immoral and illegal foreign policy. That's not my view. I think we could have a long debate about that, but I think isn't
Strikes tradition. Yeah, I guess I'm personally looking to what is still legal. Phone banking still legal, trapping doors is still legal, going on strike if you jump through like all the loopholes is still legal. And I think that, yeah, we need to get into doing mass participation or mass mobilisation politics, and I think seeing Zach Polanski in England and Wales is giving me a lot of hope for that. And so that's why I've kind of personally decided I'm just going to focus on wealth tax, like big issues that the majority of the population support, and then once we can actually build a movement to make everyone's lives better, people might start to care more about the arrests. Because one thing I found doing like arrestable actions for a few years is that like the public didn't care that I was like going to go to prison or whatever, so you can't rely on that to save you. So yeah, that's just like something that is a flaw with that tactic, but it's still a good tactic, still stand by it, and the people who do it are very brave. But yeah, there's lots of other tactics as well. Yeah, like you were saying, thinking about like workers, traditions as well, and just like focusing on what's legal and how we can get a lot of people on board.
Thanks very much. I mean, obviously, I agree with a huge amount of what's been said. I started off my talk just mentioning something about my mum, so I'll just reflect on the fact that the last time I got arrested at Faslane, I was linked arm in arm with my mother, and we were carried off together by 4 strapping great policemen each. It was a lovely experience. I recommend it thoroughly. But you know, that kind of protest, sometimes disruptive, sometimes intentionally disruptive, has always been a fundamental part of how a great many political movements have made progress. And I don't want to lay everything at the door of the current UK government, but I have been genuinely shocked. I was ready to be disappointed, but I've been genuinely shocked at what a light touch there has been in relation to far-right racist protest in this country, compared with the response to environmental protest, to justice protest, and to protest against genocide. And I think that's something that bears a huge amount of further challenge, because not only the light touch response to the protest on the streets that we've seen, violent racist protest, but the absolute silence there is when someone like Elon Musk uses his power and voice to advocate political violence in this country. And so I think that needs to be challenged as well as the questions about the inequity about government response to protest.
Thanks very much, Patrick. And I've had the privilege of working with Rose Harvey on a number of issues as well. An indefatigable woman. Wonderful, wonderful. We've got time, I think, just for a couple more quick comments or contributions. There's one over.
I was just thinking about the role of the various parts of the arts, like writers and music, films, plays, and just in raising people's awareness and encouraging people to ponder these difficult and deeper questions. But and I was thinking about a particular film, The Man Who Saved the World, which I think is a really powerful film, and I just kind of am at a loss to wonder why there isn't a real kind of push to make that film more available for people to see and to watch, and it's a really moving kind of film.
Thanks very much. I mean, specifically on that, we can look at that
just
and
about
other
that
films, but
particular-
the arts question as a whole is an interesting one, which we'll come back to. We'll take just one more. I think there was one there. Yeah.
Thanks. There's obviously quite a lot of consensus in the room on the fact that nuclear weapons in no way contribute to security. But there are lots of other challenges to our security, and I want to ask about one in particular because I think it can relate to the possession of a nuclear arsenal and the risks that are associated with that. And that challenge is cybersecurity, because it's become one of the biggest worldwide threats. I mean, there's so many that perhaps it falls by the wayside occasionally, but we've seen recently legitimate commercial interests in the high street and major parts of public service infrastructure being hit by cyber attacks. How secure is our nuclear arsenal against cyber attacks? And what a horrendous scenario would play out there. I mean, just because it happens to have been on the script of a number of films doesn't make it fictional. I'm really very worried about that.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, so we've got two questions there. One very much about how we can use the arts and so on in mobilising people. The other, the specific question on cybersecurity. What I'm going to do, just to warn the panel, is I'm going to go straight down here and give you a chance to respond to one or either of those, and it'll also be your final comment, just to warn you. So we'll start with Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any expertise on the cybersecurity element around nuclear weapons, but I do want to agree with something that Patrick Harvey says, which is that Elon Musk is using the platform to stoke up civil conflict in this country. That, to me, is an attack on the integrity of the country, and it's coming from a tech oligarch who owns the primary social media platform which we're all talking about. So, we do actually have to think about this in security terms. And, at one level you can say, it's maybe someone who's just sort of, an aberration, but he's not, right? There is a concerted attempt here that's been launched, and it's a cybersecurity threat in that sense. And just lastly, on how we build strength, as much as the online world is important, and it is, and we need to expand our operations on that, events like this are important. They're, in my opinion, more important, because it's how you actually build infrastructure. It's how you actually build capacity to organise, to mobilise, to share information in person is vital. So conferences like this we need more of, and so just want to end by commending the organisers again.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I completely agree with you. It's terrifying, the prospect, the cybersecurity. I mean, I've seen myself, I've taken an interest in this over the years too. But it's frightening just how dependent those systems must be. I mean, I'm sure they've built in all sorts of safety measures, but as you say, there are already large organisations that will have done exactly the same thing, and they were hit very hard very recently. Just getting back to your cultural point, I'm not actually familiar with that film, The Man Who Saved the World, but I will look it out. And I do think that culture has a huge amount to play. I mean, look at the Post Office Horizon scandal. The government did not take that seriously until that fantastic production was brought out, and then everyone became aware of it, and because it was so well done, it really hit home, and the government was forced into some sort of action. Still insufficient in my view. I suppose Threads is still on the BBC, is still available there, and anyone who watches that could be terrified by it, but I think we now need a modern day Threads that will, really reflect the arms race that we're currently in and sort of all the developments since then. I mean, Threads was, what, the 70s, wasn't it? So, yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Thanks very much, Deirdre. And just quickly on the cybersecurity one, I mean, I'm interested in that because I spent 7 years on the Ethics Council of the NUJ, and artificial intelligence is a major concern, obviously, you know, in terms of copyright, intellectual property and so on, but I've taken a wider interest in this, and there's a whole issue here about cybersecurity in relation to AI, generative AI, and of course automated weapons as well. So there's a lot to be looked at, and we're looking to do quite a bit of work after this conference, and I think that will be one of the areas that we want to probe. Kat?
Thanks. Yeah, I'll probably leave the arts question to people who are more arty than me, but I think it's good to have, yeah, progressive art out there. And the technology thing, I'm kind of just leaning towards wanting to just everyone have brick phones again. And I know it's not a very constructive solution, so yeah. But yeah, thank you to the conference organisers and thanks for having me.
I won't say anything more about cyber security because I think that's been addressed by some of the others, but I think a related idea is cyber precarity. We have built ourselves a society and an economy that is very, very dependent on systems that are themselves fragile. And I was reflecting this just on Wednesday night, as probably Richard at the back was as well, when the whole Scottish Parliament had to stop voting because Microsoft went down and we couldn't pass any votes, and we had hundreds of votes to pass on the land reform bill. Now that's probably a relatively minor one, but we built a system that's every bit as dependent on this technology as E.M. Forster said it would be in as long ago as 1909 when he wrote The Machine Stops. And it's very dangerous, that precarity. I do want to end on something hopeful though, which is that, you know, when I was a kid growing up reading science fiction stories, if you had described something like this to me, the idea that we were all carrying around a device that could connect everybody with anybody else, that could access the sum total of human knowledge in the touch of a screen, it would have felt so utopian. And it doesn't need to turn into the kind of bin fire that we've allowed it to be. It can still be a liberating and an enlightening technology if we give, particularly the younger generation who use it in ways that baffle me, if we give them the ability to control it and have more power over it than Elon Musk has.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll agree with me. Absolutely fantastic panel and fantastic questions. Thank you to you as well. That's really wonderful. We're going to take a very short break now, about 5 minutes, then we'll come back. There's another really good panel. We're looking at how nuclear weapons make us insecure in the next panel, but I know that Professor Stuart Parkinson is going to particularly pick up on some of the things that have been alluded to on this panel as well. Obviously, you know, our three panels, there are issues that cross over all of them. But thank you, particularly to the panel. Thank you very much indeed. See you in 5 minutes. Enjoy your tea, coffee, and comfort. Thanks a lot.
Not at all. Thanks.
Yeah, so you won't remember.
Oh, right, okay. I haven't seen Jonathan in years. No. Okay.
Just to remind you. You promoted me, yes. Didn't stay in academia long enough, yes. Demote myself.
No, I'm
And friends, if you could bring your tea and coffee and conversation back to the chairs, we're going to begin in a couple of minutes' time. Thank you very much. Sorry we're herding you like this, but you've been great. Oh, cool, yeah. Okay, friends, we're going to start the next session. And I should say also, while you're regathering your seats, that a number of people have taken part in the raffle. So you want to know when the raffle is going to be drawn, and the answer is after Pat and Indra do what's going to be a very exciting closing session. So stick around for the raffle, and we're just going to start. You just grab your seats.
Okay, are we getting gathered? We're about to start. We have a wonderful panel. We're going to go straight into it with Stuart Parkinson from Scientists for Global Responsibility. But you'll see we have Sophie from Stop the War. We have Richard Leonard. Here is a politician. And we have Isabel Lindsay from Scottish CND, all excellent speakers, but we're going to start with Stuart Parkinson.
Thank you very much. And by the way, I should just say that I'm doctor, not professor. Sorry, I haven't been promoted that far yet. We'll see. Right, I'm going to talk about the threat to the climate from UK nuclear weapons and military activity. And thank you very much, by the way, to CND, Scottish CND, for inviting me today and for you all to coming. So I'm going to focus on this issue and some area that Scientists for Global Responsibility have done quite a lot of research on. And I'm going to be saying next slide a lot, which hopefully doesn't give too many people flashbacks to the pandemic and certain government slideshows. But anyway, so I'll be talking about the twin threat, both from catastrophic global cooling, from nuclear winter due to nuclear explosions, and the way in which militaries and military nuclear activities also contribute to carbon emissions and so catastrophic global warming. So we have those twin threats to cover. So I'm going to start with the nuclear winter and explain the basic science as a reminder, because as I will come to later in the talk, it's kind of been forgotten since the first research in the 1980s. So the basic physics and environmental science of it is that you have many nuclear explosions. These create very powerful, very intense fires with very powerful winds called firestorms. And this shoots the smoke up into the upper atmosphere, above the cloud level, into the stratosphere, so that it doesn't rain out. It just spreads out and stays there for many years. That blocks out the sun, temperatures fall, plants die, animals and humans starve. And that is the basic physics of it and the scary elements of it. Next slide, please. The key impacts of the regional nuclear war scenario. So there's been some research, particularly in the last 15 years or so, which has updated the research from the 1980s. And in particular, the first scenarios that came out around 2007 looked at a regional war scenario based on what might happen if India and Pakistan, for example, had a nuclear war. The scenario looked at the explosion of about 100 Hiroshima bombs, or the equivalent to 100 Hiroshima bombs. What they found was there would be large areas of a severe fire zone, injecting about 5 million tons of soot into the upper atmosphere. Sudden major drop in temperature lasting at least 7 years, and we would have the coldest global temperatures for at least 1,000 years. You would get severe frosts, droughts, much shorter growing season, and a reduction in crop yields for years. You'd also get damage to the ozone layer, which protects us from ultraviolet radiation from the sun, and major impacts on global ecosystems. And what would result from that is a global famine estimated to affect 2 billion people, so a quarter of the world's population. And this is just the regional nuclear war scenario. And that would be in addition to the 10 to 21 million direct deaths occurring from the explosions themselves. So it's a really serious impact just from a relatively, well, a small proportion, a very small proportion of the world's nuclear arsenals. And there would be a sting in the tail. Next slide, please. And this would be that as the world recovered from these catastrophic cooling period, the additional carbon emissions that resulted from the incinerated cities and forests and other things that have been burnt during the nuclear war, they create carbon emissions. They would create even more heat trapping ability of the atmosphere, and so this would supercharge global warming. So you get a recovery that's even worse than the global warming that we're already experiencing at the moment. So it's, yeah, pretty dire. Next slide, please. So bringing it back to the UK situation, could the UK's nuclear weapons cause a nuclear winter? So I've got two scenarios for you. The first one is about the UK Trident warheads. Current stockpile is about 225. The government's policy is to increase that to about 260. The yield, the explosive power of each warhead, as many of you will know, is about 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent, equivalent to about 7 Hiroshima bombs. We've got one submarine on patrol at all times, allegedly, but that's the intention. Each submarine carries 40 warheads. So the total explosive power carried on one submarine is 4 million tons of TNT, about 270 Hiroshima bombs equivalent, greater than all the bombs dropped in World War II. And yes, that's above the 100 Hiroshima bomb scenario that I was just talking about. It's large enough to cause a nuclear winter. So the nuclear weapons carried on a single British nuclear submarine are enough to end civilization as we know it. And that is just a tiny fraction of the world's nuclear weapons. Next slide, please. So the second scenario arises because, of course, the British government has now decided that it's going to buy 12 F-35A planes, which can carry the American B-61-12 bombs that have just been shipped to Lakenheath down in the east of England. As far as we know, there are at least 12 of these bombs. There may be more. We don't know. That sort of information isn't made public. The size, the explosive power of each of the warheads is somewhere between 300 tons TNT and 50,000 tons TNT. So 12 bombs collectively, an explosive power somewhere between 3,600 and 600,000 tons TNT. Basically, at maximum, that could be about 40 Hiroshima bombs equivalent. Very scary, very destructive, probably not large enough on its own to trigger nuclear winter. However, of course, British nuclear weapons are not likely to be used alone. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the UK's bombs stationed at Lakenheath, the B-6112s, would be part of a NATO force comprising at least 100 US supplied nuclear bombs from 6 nations. They're currently spread across Europe in countries like Belgium and Italy and Turkey. And also nuclear Trident warheads would also be coordinated. Their use would also be coordinated with the US and French nuclear forces, and of course Russia would be using theirs as well against NATO countries. There's a wargaming scenario that Princeton University published recently, and they estimated that a nuclear war arising initially from the use of tactical nuclear weapons, what are called tactical, but that's a debatable term in itself. Even from that sort of lower end of the nuclear war scenario would quickly escalate and lead to about 2.6 million casualties in the first few hours and then get worse. So that's, and these sort of war games are done by militaries in secret, but when we do get information about them, this is the sort of results they also show. And what lower yield nuclear weapons like the B-6112 bombs can do is lower the threshold, make it easier for military forces to use them and cross that threshold and start a nuclear war, and so making it more likely and making the whole situation more dangerous. I want to switch quickly to the carbon emissions due to UK military activity and UK nuclear weapons activity. So start first with the military carbon footprint, the UK military carbon footprint. According to the official data that the Ministry of Defence does publish, and it does still publish some of this data at the moment, the direct emissions of the UK military are about 2.7 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, and have been for the last few years. That doesn't include supply chain emissions, lots of indirect effects from raw material extraction and the arms industry producing all the equipment. Once you start to add in these effects, we did an estimate a few years ago, and I'm presenting you today. You're the first public audience to see this figure. We estimate now that this is about 13.5 million tonnes once those supply chains have come in. The figure's very uncertain. It's based on some assumptions about supply chains from the limited data that is available on that, but it is that sort of order. This total is similar to the territorial emissions of a small European nation like Latvia, Moldova, Estonia, countries like that. So it is sort of country size, and this is a conservative estimate because it doesn't include a bunch of other categories, and I've listed a few of them there, particularly, of course, any impacts from war fighting. Next slide, please. Then there's the carbon footprint of the UK's nuclear weapons programme itself. There's no data published on this at all. All we can do is make some educated guesses based on indirect data. So there's some research that we and others have done about the relationship between military spending levels and carbon footprints. So using an estimate from ICANN, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, that Britain is currently spending about $10 billion per year on its nuclear weapons program. We estimate the carbon footprint somewhere between 1.7 and 3.3 million tons of carbon dioxide a year for the nuclear weapons part of the program. Again, this is just a first estimate, lots of uncertainties, but it's of the order of a small nation like Fiji. So it has an important impact. I want to shift now, next slide please, to talk about some of the climate, some of the ways in which we could use this information. Climate arguments could be used and have indeed been used to shift the nuclear debate. And the awareness amongst the public of this issue is very low, but it could help increase support for nuclear disarmament. The research, when the first research was done on nuclear winter in the 1980s, this helped shift the debate on the Cold War. Arguably, it helped to end the Cold War and encourage the nuclear disarmament that followed. Research in the 2010s and 2000s and 2010s were used to increase support for nuclear ban treaty. Some of this research was used to convince countries in more distant parts of the world, in Africa, for example, that nuclear weapons were relevant to them. Any use of nuclear weapons would affect them too. And this has been important in getting the number of countries that we now have supporting the nuclear ban treaty, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And if there's any doubt about how important this research is, militaries have sought to discredit it, so you know it's working. And we've had, in the 80s, there were various attempts to discredit nuclear winter by calling it nuclear autumn, and saying it wouldn't be so severe. Sorry, I forget people aren't so familiar with this stuff. I live with this stuff, yeah. That's the nuclear autumn argument. Go and look it up. And if we need more evidence, just last year with the new Labour government, with its supposedly more progressive stance, it voted against, at the UN, it voted along with France and Russia against the UN carrying out more research onto the catastrophic effects that might happen if a nuclear war was to occur. Even the US didn't vote against that. Even Israel didn't vote against that motion, but Britain did. So there is a study now ongoing within the UN to put together this research, and it will report in a couple of years, and it will include some of the stuff that I'm talking about today. And there's also the issue about military carbon footprints being hidden. Britain actually, strangely, is publishing more information about its military emissions than most countries. Very few countries do, but it doesn't publish stuff about its military carbon footprint, just direct emissions. To finish with one encouraging study that was published a couple of years ago that did a survey of awareness of nuclear winter arguments within the public. It was unsurprisingly very low, but it put arguments about nuclear deterrence in front of these people and said, do you support nuclear deterrence? And it had two groups, one that was given information about nuclear winter, one that wasn't. And the group that was given information about nuclear winter was a lot more skeptical about the nuclear deterrence argument and whether it is really good for us. So this is an argument that we could do. This is information and arguments that we can use to help shift the debate. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're now going straight on to Sophie Johnson from Stop the War Coalition, please.
Thank you very much for, hold on, I'll move this a little bit further down. Yeah, thank you very much to CND, Scottish CND, for inviting me to speak at this very important conference. And I think I'd like to first say is that I think we're very lucky in this country to have such a long-standing peace and disarmament tradition that shaped our politics in this country more than most. And there aren't many organisations whose working and tireless campaigning has mobilised people through many, many different decades and through many, many different eras and changes that we've been seeing in the global system, through the Cold War, as has been mentioned, through Western wars, and the era of American hegemony into the Middle East, and now is stepping up the campaigning here today into this emerging multipolar world where heightened global tensions are showing us once again how close we are really to the brink. And I think now more than ever, in my lifetime anyway, the argument that Scottish CND has been making for some time is ringing truer than ever. And that's this cynical idea, the subject of this panel, that nuclear weapons make us somehow safer or even reduce or prevent wars is something else that you hear frequently. And this is as untrue as it was in the Cold War period, where tensions between rival nuclear power blocks led to hot war frequently, finding their expression in genocide and war in places like Vietnam and Cambodia. Today, it is rather Gaza and Ukraine, places that sit outside the nuclear heartlands, that are being first hit by these rising and changing global tensions. In Ukraine in particular, I think we are seeing exactly how these conflicts fought out on the ground have a tendency to increase, not decrease, the likelihood of nuclear annihilation. And it's been nearly 4 years of this bloody war in Ukraine, and we've seen several, as we know, near misses, from tit-for-tat escalation between NATO and Russia, attacks on energy infrastructure, the use of long-range missiles, and so on, showing exactly how these conflicts can build up a ladder, lead to a chain of reaction that builds straight towards direct confrontation at the top. And so the first kind of argument that I want to make just now is that we absolutely have to reject the idea that nuclear weapons prevent war. But we also must reject this false distinction that we sometimes hear about the difference between nuclear weapons and conventional warfare, as if one is somehow disconnected from the other. And I hear this a lot from centre-left politicians, not least from politicians in Scotland who perhaps want to keep hold of their peace credentials, but are happy to support, for example, funneling military aid to fuel the conflict in Ukraine, as if that operates out with a nuclear context, or are happy to support NATO-led, American-led rearmament in the West, 5% of GDP, they're saying, piping up only when some of that money inevitably goes on nukes as well, and who think that they can get away with supporting an institution like NATO full stop, which in the first instance, as we all know, is a nuclear alliance, a first strike one at that, and just choose to reject the nuclear weapons bit. That's a fantasy and it doesn't work, and to be honest, I think they know full well that it doesn't work. Which brings me to Scotland in particular. Once again, we are in a situation where places like Scotland that hold nuclear weapons are edging closer and closer to the firing line as targets in event of escalation. Last month, I saw an article in the Herald where we had an expert from London urge the Scottish Government to issue pamphlets to households about preparing for an attack because, as they said, RAF, Lossiemouth and Fastlane would be first in line of an attack if it was launched against NATO from the Atlantic. The fact that these arguments are in the mainstream now should worry us all. But again, I think we must look at the other side of this too. We are targets, yes, but increasingly we're also living in the heart of a new military drive. And I think there's one important example that registers the direction of this in this country that may have already been mentioned today, but is worth repeating. Last month, when we saw the Scottish Palestine Solidarity movement achieve something very, very important, it managed to build pressure onto the Scottish government to enact a boycott in Israel. This is incredibly welcome, and it shows that mobilisations can and do work. But in the same speech, no less, the First Minister, John Swinney, took this as an opportunity to do something else which he'd been hinting at for a very long time, and that was to announce that he'd be lifting remaining restrictions on subsidies going into munitions in this country in light of new threats from Russia. This is a restriction that's been in place for many, many years of devolved governments. And this comes in a context where European leaders writ large are being openly and willingly subjugated by Trump's demand for militarisation. Scotland and Scottish politicians are part of that process. We have institutions like in the European Union now changing their own fiscal rules to fund this explosive defence spending. The Financial Times recently reported that European arms factories are working at triple pace. Our welfare in Britain is already being cut to fund these exponential rises, which brings me to my last point, and that's this idea about sovereignty that we often talk about in relation to nuclear weapons, and I think it's an important one. Scotland is also becoming a key base for this programme of rearmament. We are host to munitions factories from BAE to Leonardo, with more due on the horizon. And it's not for no reason that it was just round the corner in Govan where Starmer launched his government's strategic defence review this summer, the new multi-billion-pound plan to get Britain war ready. In the past couple of months alone, we've seen 2 new deals signed off to offer up Scotland as a base for NATO war production. RAF Lossiemouth is newly home to US Navy detachment of anti-submarine warplanes. Prestwick Airport hosts American warplanes on a regular basis. And we already, of course, have American-controlled nuclear weapons on the Clyde. And yet I'm constantly baffled that we hear on almost a daily basis threats about Russia, about Chinese spying, about Russian interference in this or that from Starmer's government and from our government in Scotland. I think we need to be worried a little bit more about the American threat as well as the British one. So our welfare state, our land in Scotland, our infrastructure, our workers, our remaining industrial base is constantly and continually at risk of being funneled into this new military industrial complex. And it's already beginning to happen at the behest of Donald Trump and our political leaders who are only too happy to acquiesce. So I'll end here. And with just a few important exceptions, I think we are unlikely to have many political leaders on our side in this fight. But we do have a real fight on our hands here. And that's to build on these long-standing traditions that we have in Scotland, that we are lucky to have in this country, and to bring them into a new era, ready to fight, ready to mobilise, and to say that we won't be targets and we won't be part of this new war drive. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Sophie. And so now we're turning to Richard Leonard, MSP for Labour, Central Scotland, one of the few friendly Labour faces in the Scottish Parliament. When I'm standing outside with a banner, he's one of the people who will come out and be nice to me. So welcome, Richard.
Lynn, thank you very much indeed. And can I thank you and Scottish CND for the invitation to speak about what is, in my view, the greatest issue that we face. You know, I first met Lynn and Isabel so long ago that I was the National Union of Students representative on the Scottish CND Campaigns Committee. And that was 4 decades ago. And that we are still here, still sharing platforms, is, I hope, not just a reflection of our age, but a reflection of our unflinching belief that this is at its root a moral question. It's about our values, it's about our vision of the world, and it's about what we think the future of the world should be for future generations. I also think it is, and this refers to a point made earlier on, it's still a recognition that we need to protest to survive. In my 4 decades working and campaigning in the labour and trade union movement, which began working for the much-missed Alex Falconer, also in Inverkeithing, who, as a nuclear worker and shop steward at Rosyth Dockyard, persuaded his trade union branch to affiliate to CND. In those 4 decades, I've campaigned and worked for peace and disarmament, for defence diversification, for arms conversion, for welfare not warfare, for socially useful work, for the removal of US bases, for a peace dividend, for dignity in old age and justice for all ages. So I have to say to you that what we are witnessing today is a shift in public policy led by a Labour government which is counter to everything I have spent the last 40 years of my life arguing against, working against and acting against. And what we are witnessing is not disarmament but rearmament, escalating militarisation, and openly, not in the name of peace, but openly in the name of war. A Labour government with an industrial policy which appears to be built on the free port, the weapons manufacturer, the arms trade, and the nuclear menace. These are the most inefficient, inhumane, uneconomic, and anti-socialist forms of public and private spending that exist. And worse, the price we are being asked to pay are cuts to public service jobs, cuts to the welfare state, cuts to the social security of some of the most marginalised people in our communities, the long-term sick and disabled, cuts to pensioners, cuts to overseas international development aid, and the continued demonisation and destitution of those in the asylum system here. We've already spent more on the maintenance of Trident every year than we ever spent on the pensioners' winter fuel allowance or on giving a helping hand to people. And worse still, we know that this rearmament will drive us towards war, that militarising the economy will build up endless pressure for wars. In his first 30 days of taking office, Keir Starmer signed off an amended UK-US mutual defence agreement, which included the removal of the 10-year review clause. In so doing, he removed without public or parliamentary scrutiny what little public and parliamentary scrutiny there was. And as one headline writer wrote, Starmer permanently ties UK nuclear arsenal to Washington. On the 23rd of June this year, on the occasion of the Prime Minister announcing from the NATO summit in The Hague that we will be spending 5% of our GDP on defence, a Downing Street press release was issued where we were told this was about, I quote, creating jobs and opportunities for British people. They claimed that it represented plans for economic growth in a way not seen since 1945. You couldn't make it up. In 1945, we built the welfare state. We founded the National Health Service. And by the way, we also nationalised the coal industry, nationalised the gas industry, nationalised the electricity industry, nationalised the railways, nationalised the docks, and we even nationalised the Bank of England. Now, I've been challenged a few times by the UK Defence Journal. I don't know whether they are represented here today or not. But I've been challenged for repeatedly stating in the Scottish Parliament that the idea of an independent UK nuclear deterrent is mendacious propaganda, i.e. it's a lie. The Pentagon supplies us with our nuclear warheads, with the arming, fusing and firing system, that we are dependent on US guidance systems, that any use of these weapons would need to be sanctioned by the White House and then only at the request of the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, who incidentally is always an American general. And now again, without public discussion or parliamentary approval, we are seeing the return of American bases, including at the refurbished Lossiemouth, where US planes will be stationed for the first time since the end of the Cold War. We are seeing US-owned B-6112 and B-6113 missiles stored at a refurbished RAF Lakenheath, although the government refuses to confirm or deny their location. We see the purchase of F-35 bombers by the UK government to be armed with these missiles, which will be leased, yes, leased from the United States, which Maria Eagle, the Defence Minister, told the House of Commons on the 25th of June of this year, represents, she said in quotation marks, represents the biggest strengthening of the UK's nuclear posture in a generation, which is a clear breach of Article 1 and Article 6 of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And in that statement, the Minister also confirmed that whether or not the missiles are launched will be an American decision as they retain, I quote, absolute control and custody over them. We were also told that we would be joining the NATO nuclear mission, where again she was forced to admit that, I quote, any deployment under that mission requires the agreement of the NATO nuclear planning group of 31 allies who act as a senior body on nuclear matters in the alliance. And remember, the US is the dominant power in NATO still. Last year, 66% of all NATO spending came from the United States. So for the avoidance of doubt and for the avoidance of the defence press, we are a client state. Finally, this year we celebrate the centenaries of two giants of the peace and disarmament and labour movements who would be 100 this year if only they had lived. I'm talking about Tony Benn and Mick McGahey. I was rereading a Scottish CND pamphlet on Star Wars, this one from 20 years ago, which had contributions from, among others, Alan McKinnon, Bruce Kent, John Foster, and from me. In Tony Benn's chapter, he wrote this, which I thought was a nice, fitting thing for him to put in. He said, Mick McGahey, the Scottish communist leader, said to me once, Tony, it's not the weapons that frighten me, because they can't go off by themselves. It is the people who want to use them that are the real menace. So none of this current state of affairs is inevitable. And what the history of our time in Scottish CND tells us is that US bases, militarisation and war can all be stopped by a movement from below. That we can take on the vested interests and win. That we can, in E.P. Thompson's words, generate an alternative logic. And that must mean at times we need to directly confront our own national state apparatus, That remains our task, to campaign inside and outside parliaments. That is what I will continue to do for as long as I've got breath in my body, because I remain an inveterate and unrepentant supporter of unilateral nuclear disarmament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you. So now the last speaker in this panel is Isabel Lindsay, who is a Vice Chair of Scottish CND, but is a whole star to herself. Isabel.
Richard, it's a good job you weren't an MP, because if you were, Starmer would have made you an independent. Sophie referred to the comments made by the senior Russi, that's Royal United Services Institute researcher, saying the key targets in the UK were Vaseline, Coolport and Lossiemouth. In other words, we in Scotland are the big targets. But this also has some strengths from us as a campaigning movement. Because on the one hand, we can say we have this lived experience, of course, of being a top target in Europe. Definitely among the first to go in a conflict. So we have that kind of experience to communicate. It's real for many people in many communities in Scotland. But there is also the other element, and that is Scotland is a potential independent state. And because that possibility is there, there is also the potential message out there that we can put that Scotland could. And this would be a very important for making that choice. Scotland could get rid of these weapons. And we could do so quickly. The late John Ainsley, who did so much work on this, when people were saying, yes, of course, Scotland, independent Scotland, got rid of these weapons, but, well, it would take a good few years to negotiate it and to transfer things and so on. And John produced a report which said, no, you could do it in 2 years, in the sense that we could get rid of the warheads by transferring them back to Burfield and some other safe storage, as safe as they are, in that area. And since these warheads travel up and down anyway, we do this a dozen at a time or half a dozen at a time, and within 2 years, those nuclear warheads could be away, if that was a political choice and if we had the powers of the state. But we also have this question of what are the arguments today that will most resonate with our public? And I think Stuart's, those devastating figures about what nuclear explosions actually mean. Sometimes we get a bit lazy because we're so used to this, because we've been trying to say this for so many years. We mustn't forget that many of those facts are not known by the wider public. You can't repeat them too often. And there's a whole new generation there as well. So that's one important task. But another important task, it frightens me. The speed of military technological change is so fast. It is an out-of-control spiral. And I'm not sure that the top political and military people in the world entirely know where it is going and how much has happened. It's almost week by week We've got a new weapon system, hypersonic weapons that can go around the world and back again, that can hide, that can certainly destroy submarines and so on. So I think this is something that the wider public does feel, this notion of an out-of-control spiral. And I think that's one of the things we must get across. But there is also, I think, an argument when we're looking at what the state fails to do. And there have been many references, much discussion of that in the course of today. And I think this notion of the failure of states at all kinds of levels to control the out-of-control, excessive and malign power of big tech is something that is a potential threat to all of us. And the idea, but it's hopeless, you know, they have the power, there's no way out of it, is nonsense. Commonweal, interestingly, is working on a program, and it's about practicalities, it's about educating people. Did you, for example, know that the German state has just introduced a program for its whole public sector of open reach IT without big tech? And this isn't something that we can't control. This is something that is within our control. And I think this failure to get control of these new enormously powerful systems has so many potential risks. And it's because our states have not taken action. It's not because the potential is not there. So I think we've got to do this combination of educating people about the reality. Don't let us ever fail to do that. About encouraging them to think about this out-of-control spiral, which I think many of them will feel. And it's about challenging the other risks that are there that governments have ignored and could have a devastating effect, you know, on our lives. But finally, on a positive note, you know, throughout the world, we've had examples of Gen Z changing governments, and some of this has been sometimes quite violent demonstrations, although usually that's only in response to violence against them. And it's become something of comment by many observers throughout the world. Is this new generation, this young generation, born in the 21st century, are they the people who are realizing what we have left them? A world where environmentally we risk devastating so much, and a world of terrible potential conflict and destruction. Is this what we have left them, as well as a world of increasing injustice and inequality? Now, I think there are the beginnings of that younger generation. As in the early 60s, as in the early 80s, that younger generation, we're all of us who were that younger generation are now the older generation. But there is the potential. So one of the things in which we should be focusing on now is reaching out to those young people and saying, you've got to give a lead. We will back you. We will support you. We need a youth CND platform in Scotland. And we need to do this and to show that there is a future there, but we've got to work for it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Isabel. Okay, so we've had 4 excellent speakers, and it's your turn, and this is probably your last session to get some words in from you. So I see a hand over here already, and then another one, and then another two, and then another one over there. So let's take the first three. So here, and then at the front here.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Mike Martin. I'm from North East Scotland, C&D. And my question relates to the US air raid on Iran in June of this year, called the Glad Tidings of Victory Operation. And it's really a caution that they used massive ordnance air blast bombs, which they flew in B-2 bombers from United States. My question relates to the B-61 tactical so-called nuclear weapon, because you can imagine that in US CENTCOM in Israel, where they work out their warfighting strategies, that they would much prefer to use F-35 aircraft armed with these tactical nuclear bombs for bunker busting in a country, a state they don't like Iran. And they could say, oh, well, we're using these tactical nuclear weapons because we're saving the planet. It takes a lot of effort to fly from the United States in a B-2 with these massive ordnance bombs compared with using an F-35 from Israel. And the same applies to the cruise missiles, which can be adapted to take tactical nuclear weapons. And these were launched using a conventional warhead from US submarines, and they were launched against Iran. That's my point rather than question. I hope it's germane to and contributes to this discussion. End.
Yep, bringing it out.
I'm asking people here to remember that, and we'll just take the first three questions. And can I see the next one? Right, okay, thank you. So we'll take, right, on you go, please.
Well, thanks for a fantastic...
And introduce yourself,
sorry.
Yes.
I'm Emma, also North East CND, so the Vice Chair, so totally on board with this issue. Thank you for an inspiring conference, inspiring but terrifying speeches at some point. Yeah, I totally agree. Nuclear weapons don't make us safer. They're a complete waste of money. We could do so much with the money, so many things. It's all been discussed. But coming to Richard's final statement, the only two countries which have given up nuclear weapons, South Africa and the Ukraine, well, we see the Ukraine now. So how do we make that argument of unilateral nuclear disarmament? I can see we can make the argument to, for unilateral. I can see we can make the argument for multilateral and use that to get other people to disarm, but just to give up our weapons without getting other people on board, I don't see how we make that argument now. So that was your final thing. And also being that our policy in C&D, particularly Isabel, might have something to say, but I'm interested in all of your responses to that.
Thank you.
Hello there. Hi, my name's Kenny. Thank you so much for your contributions and for everything today. I found it very overwhelming on every level, and that the task ahead is enormous. One thing that briefly got mentioned there was not so much the weapons, but the people who operate the weapons. And I think it's an interesting observation, and maybe is a way into how we approach from here on in. And it's the idea of taking on the patriarchy. I think in some way, I think it's something that feels tangible. And to start with that may well be a way to build towards something else, whether it be dismantling nuclear weapons or militarism or aggression or violence and all that stuff. And it may be a way of making a connection and activating something with the younger generation as well, a way in through taking on patriarchy. And I think it's something that actually Scottish men have to stand up for a change and actually take that on, acknowledge it, and start to articulate it and lead from the front on that point. And maybe by setting an example through that, we can start to dismantle those kind of structures, those hegemonic structures of power and masculinity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, so I don't think this is working.
It's working, yeah.
It's working? Okay.
I can bring you this one.
No. Right, so who would like to respond to Stuart, you? Sorry, you don't have to do it. You can pass it on to someone else.
I can have a go. Yes, a good point you made about the an alternative use of B-61 bombs could be bunker busters. Yes, there are a number of ways in which they could be used, and we should not forget this is part of the problem with smaller nuclear weapons being argued to be can be used in isolation, and it, although it crosses the nuclear threshold, it's all right because it won't be responded to in the same way, and that's an extremely fragile argument. Oh, right. Okay.
Right, I'll pass it on. We'll come back to you. Sorry.
Hi. Yeah, I think just to respond to the woman at the front on this idea of unilateral disarmament, I think you're pointing to an important point that we in the anti-war movement and the peace tradition have to make a lot, and that is that first and foremost we are not unrooted from our domestic circumstances. We as people mobilizing, campaigning, and trying to bring people with us are necessarily necessarily rooted in our home country. So first and foremost, I think while unilateral disarmament is definitely what we would be wanting, but at a practical level, the first thing we need to be doing is focusing on our own governments at home, because that's essentially where we have the most power. And I think that you tend to see, especially with big mobilisations, social movements, anti-war movements in particular, that none of these movements happen in a vacuum. And it tends to be the case that when a movement grows up in opposition to warmongering in one place, it has a habit of spreading elsewhere, and we've seen this with the Palestine Solidarity Movement. We've seen it with the hundreds and thousands of people mobilising in London at the same time as dock workers are mobilising in Italy, and we've seen it at the same time that there's strikes taking place elsewhere in the world. And so I think but I do think you raise an important point. It's all very well to kind of imagine a world that we would want from up top, but the truth is we are not up top. We are not the governments. We are not the rulers. So we need to be thinking from the ground up, and where can we actually make a difference? Where can we oppose war? Where is war happening? And it's happening, and it's coming from our own governments first.
I think the response to this question of unilateral disarmament, it's not so often used as a term, is really very simple. And that is, well, if we didn't have these weapons, if we didn't have these bases which threaten other people, why would they bother wasting their bombs on us? And after all, do you think you can't get out of it if you stick in that cycle? But if you ask that question, well, why are they threatening us? Or, you know, because we're a threat to them. And I think deplorable Russians' behavior in starting a war in Ukraine, but let's remember George Robertson, who was Secretary General of NATO's comment on this, and he said the big, big mistake was NATO in 2008 saying that Ukraine and Georgia could ultimately become members of NATO. And that immediately said, that means they could have weapons systems already on our borders, any kind of major missile system, including nuclear, on their borders. And he said that was the big mistake, out of which an awful lot of appalling experiences have occurred.
I don't know whether Richard and Stuart, either of you want to speak for Scottish men.
Men of Scotland, perhaps, rather than Scottishmen. Yes, well, I mean, I think there is that has been a thread which has run through a lot of the kind of peace and disarmament campaign for a long time, and there is, I think, a very good analysis which, Lynn, you could make much better than I ever could about you know, why this is quite a central question. Can I just turn quickly though to the Mike Martin's point? As Paul Rogers said in his brief video contribution, that what we are witnessing is the return of the arms race. And I think it might be a fairly salutary thing for people to leave today's conference with after the last two speakers are on. But everybody should be absolutely clear. All of the things we fought against for 40 years around disarmament, we're seeing turned on their head. We're seeing a massive rearmament with the endorsement of the current Labour government, for example, and that means not just Lakenheath but Lossiemouth is being armed up as a US base again. So there is a new age threat that we need to be willing to take on, and people, I would argue, multilateral disarmament hasn't worked. You know, where is the evidence that we've become safer as a result of people saying that they want multilateral? I mean, Bill Kidd's not here anymore, I don't think, but Bill is often the person that leads debates in the Scottish Parliament on these questions of peace and disarmament and so on. And the Tories will stand up and say that they are in favour of multilateral disarmament. But when you scratch the surface, no, they want to retain a nuclear deterrent in their way of expressing it. So I just think we need to be clear as a peace movement that what we stand for is the unilateral disarmament of nuclear weapons.
Okay. You want to come back? You don't have to.
I'm not sure I can say too much about the male issue, apart from the fact that peace negotiations where women are in the lead tend to be more successful than ones where men are in the lead. And there's quite some useful documentary evidence about that. Some other peace groups that work on this issue are a better place to comment than me. Just on the unilateral versus multilateral disarmament, it's also worth remember there are 2 points that are worth making. One is these weapons are unusable. You use them, that's the end of civilization. So that's a pretty powerful argument. If you can't use them, then why do you have them? And the other issue is that actually, when has there been multilateral disarmament? Because if you look at what has happened through the Cold War, we've seen examples of bilateral nuclear disarmament and unilateral nuclear disarmament. We've not seen much multilateral disarmament. Bilateral nuclear disarmament has been US, Soviet Union, and Russia, and that has been agreed. And the UK itself has reduced its number of warheads over time. It hasn't gone to zero yet, but it did reduce them until that was reversed under Boris Johnson, I think. So, you know, we have gone part way down the ladder at least. So, it is. There are complex arguments that we need to.
Okay, so let's have a quick round of other questions. So, right, I'm going to take people who've. I don't think. Have you spoken before? Yes, you all have. All three of you have. All right, then. Let's have the three men who've already spoken, but let's see if we can get at least one other voice in. Sophie and Duncan. Okay, so we're going to take... Can I try to ask you to be brief? And we're going to try and take all five. And so, people up here have got to have your brains on. Okay? So, please announce yourself again, Pete.
Pete Roach. I think the war in the Ukraine has shown that nuclear power stations make us more insecure.
Yes.
And Ed Miliband is now saying that if Labour wins the election next May, he's going to send the nuclear industry up to offer to build nuclear power stations here. How can we stop him?
Thank you. And then in the middle over to your right.
And I'll just add that the point that Pete's made stands in total contradiction with this notion that we should be ready for war on British soil at any moment, which is something that the UK government is promoting, at the same time as saying, and we can have nuclear power stations all across the country.
Yep, good point.
Yeah, I would just like to ask about, you know, the total lawlessness of our political elite. You know, I'm old enough to remember when we talked about the peace dividend after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But since then, we've seen the illegal invasion of Iraq, we've seen the illegal invasion of Afghanistan, the bombing of Libya, the genocide in Palestine, all supported and aided by the British government, regardless of the political view of that British government. And now we see them, you know, in direct defiance of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. How do we get these people out in terms of, you know, at least Americans have got an avenue to impeach a president when they do things like that are totally opposed by their populations. We march on the street endlessly against what they're doing, and yet they continue to defy us with impunity. I mean, I think it comes back, I think, a lot to the fact there was never any reckoning with the crimes of empire. But we need, you know, to look at these seriously and actually hold these people to account, because until we can stop them and actually get them in front of the Hague or in the jail, they're going to continue to use their power against the wishes of this population.
Thank you. Bill? And then...
very quickly, Castle Zaporizhzhia article I wrote about the nuclear power stations. They didn't want to talk about it, and you can take a photograph of it and you'll be able to get it in the Scottish CND website. Tactical nukes, there is no such thing, but the big problem with tactical nukes is they're out of control. Tactical nukes means that the man who will be in charge, or the woman, and it doesn't matter, will be a 1-star general instead of a 7-star general to put heads of state in their place. That's the big problem with tactical nukes, is they are out of control and always will be. But that's a military point, which is not particularly popular. Independent, nuclear, deterrent. Somebody in the Foreign Office deserves an Order of the British Empire, or in the PR department, who come up with the concept of independent nuclear deterrent. It's nuclear, it's no independent, and neither is a deterrent by any stretch of the imagination. And so the language we use is really important. But my question to the panel is this: younger generation. Younger generation, when we were young, and I'm in the mid-generation between Isabel and the young folk, in fact I'm nearer Isabel, I'm not that far from Isabel's situation. I turned 74 weeks ago, my God. Challenges. As young folk have this, and the younger generations didn't have to face the confusion in when we were young of this. Unions into schools, I go into schools, sat with a deputy head of modern studies, was my subject, talked about Gaza, talked about the slaughter in this. Nah, Bill, you're missing the point. It's all about Andrew Tate. It was thrown in there by a practitioner. And so there's an interesting question about younger generations and how we get them to engage. Thank you.
Duncan. Sophie, then Duncan. Right.
Okay, I'm trying to work out how this is a question, but it's kind of not really, so I'm just going to make a contribution. I wanted to come back on, there was sort of the question around how do we get the young people involved? And like they are involved in an absolutely tremendous way. Yeah. If we look at like, you know, during COVID, it was young people that took to the streets that led the Black Lives Matter movement. You know, they were absolutely central to that, had a massive impact in terms of changing people's attitudes, institutions' attitudes towards globalization, towards colonialism, towards racism. That's had a really far-reaching impact, so that. In terms of climate change, you know, it's been young people who've been totally leading that in terms of, you know, Just Stop Oil and, you know, all of that. They're totally, you know, leading that campaign. The same in relation to opposition to the horrific policing that we face, around the awful Sarah Everard case. It was young women who totally took to the streets and forced the Labour Party to change its position on opposing the policing bill. That was young people. And it's young people who are totally standing up against this horrific genocide. They are leading the student encampments. They are forcing their universities to divest, aren't they? So I think, we know the fact that they're not loads of them in this room, worry not, comrades, you know what I mean? They are totally doing the work. And I think what we need to be thinking about is how we can be supporting them, how can we be reaching out to them, and how can we be engaging with them, and to have trust, and to have, you know, to have trust in those young people, because they are with us, and they are absolutely rightly at the moment focused on the genocide, because people are dying, you know, in horrific ways now, aren't they? But it is young people who also totally understand the seriousness of the threat of nuclear weapons. There was a polling done by Maureen Common. Overwhelmingly, it's young people who understand how serious that threat is. So let's really have hope and trust in young people. We need to continue to be building what we are doing now, which is bringing movements together, and young people are totally part of that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this whole, you know, thing around unilateralism. I mean, it's about political leadership, isn't it? And it's not only about, like, you know, are you going to get rid of your nukes, but it's like, what is your foreign policy? They're absolutely completely intertwined, and it's kind of what has already been said in terms of, like, you know, if we're not making the world more dangerous, therefore we're not going to be subject to attack, yeah? And we've already articulated today, haven't we, like, why nuclear weapons make us, you know, a target, why they make the world far more dangerous. That's unilateralism. Do you know what I mean? You know, abiding by the NPT, that's unilateralism. So I think we're already doing it. You know, we as a movement are already doing it, and we just have to sort of like continue and have confidence in those arguments.
Okay, I think we have to stop. Sorry, Duncan, I'm going to stop. I think some of what has been asked has been answered, and some of it was statements rather than questions. But let me just check whether the panel want to come back on anything.
Yeah, still on. I mean, really, just to Pete's point, so what we simply need to do is get into the public domain more about what's really going on. So you've mentioned the example of Ukraine. The power stations in Ukraine were a strategic target for the Russian invasion, and with the huge risks that were entailed in both them capturing and bombing power stations. Secondly, we need to get across an understanding of the huge cost overrun of the two big nuclear power stations which have been built in Europe at the moment, the names of which I can't remember, but one's in France and one's in Finland, which are way, way over budget. And that's before you even start to look at Hinkley Point. So, you know, for those management types in the Labour Party that think there's a lot of waste going on and it's terrible, they should take a look at what happens to the civil nuclear industry and what a wasteful, what a waste of public resources that is. And there are far, far better alternatives out there that we should be investing in. But we're going to need to, because there is a nuclear lobby which is becoming much more active in places like the Scottish Parliament. They can smell the possibility of investment, and they are starting to marshal their forces and put pressure on. And I just think we need to resist and dig in like we did 50 years ago, Pete.
Just to answer Richard's point, the Finnish nuclear reactor is Olkiluoto and the French one is Flamanville. Just to show off. To answer the question about making political elites more accountable, we need electoral reform in the UK, proportional representation in Westminster. You've got it in Scotland, it's made a real difference, we need it in Westminster. Another argument around the whole deterrence, unilateral, multilateral disarmament argument is the fragility of deterrence. And we talked, there was a brief question in the previous session about cybersecurity. And if you want something that really will keep you up at night, AI, generative AI, the chatbots that you get, they have the ability to hallucinate. They make stuff up when they don't know the answer. If that doesn't fill you with worry, the fact that they are becoming more and more important in our command and control systems in the military, yeah.
Right, we're trying to end hopefully here, please. By the way, there should be leaflets about deterrence on the stall. We certainly brought them. If they've not made it onto the stall, they're in a bag under the table. So there's a whole set of leaflets about deterrence if you want to look at them. So I'm going to give Sophie the last word here.
Thank you. Just quickly, I would like to maybe slightly push back on this idea that electoral reform necessarily makes a big difference. I think part of the difference in Scotland really owes to the fact that we have had a very strong peace tradition built around campaigns like Scottish CND, in which a lot of our politicians have actually grown out of and have felt, to some degree, a sense of pressure and accountability from. But I don't think we can take, and I think from the last few years we can see that we can't take any of that for granted. It took 2 years for the Palestine Solidarity Movement here to get the government to stop putting public money into weapons factories to Israel. And that wasn't because of electoral pressure, but because of the pressure of a mass movement in Scotland here. And as we've seen, that the Scottish government is also quite willing to concede on one point, but also to forward the military drive in other points, as we see with the kind of warmongering stuff around Ukraine. And we've seen that, in fact, we've seen some of the most hawkish things come from Scottish politicians here. We've had Nicola Sturgeon at one point calling for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which would have put us into direct confrontation with Russia. Absolutely horrendously irresponsible. But I would say that we have built a strong foundation here, and that there's plenty of scope in which for us to build upon it. And I guess for the last point, I just wanted to come back to, I think, John's point about accountability, but also this point about young people. And I would agree with Sophie, as a Gen Zer, Gen Z, or whatever you call it, it's been the Palestine Solidarity Movement, which we keep coming back to, has been incredible in this regard. We have seen so many young people out in the streets, mobilized, active in so many different areas of political life across the United Kingdom. But also, I think we have a real job in that the Palestine Solidarity movement is intensely strong, but we are also seeing it's part of the drivers of what's happening in the Middle East is part of a much wider change in the global system. And it's going to be a real job for us to build outward from that and build on. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, Sophie. Thank you. I'm handing back to Simon with apologies for being late.
No, thank you very much. Amazing session yet again. Thank you sincerely to Richard, to Stuart, to Lynn, to Sophie, and of course to Isabel as well. Fantastic stuff. Now, you're not going to get a break now because we're moving into the last session. I'm going to invite Indra and Pat up to the stage, and while they're just setting themselves up for that, there's another microphone just down there, Pat. Just to say a couple of things. I'm actually going to use this opportunity to do the thank yous for today because it's really important that we thank people for the amazing contribution they've made. First of all, I want to thank Samuel Raphael-Williams, who does campaigns and media at Scottish CND, and Christina Tofan, who does administration, for the work that they've done. For Lynn and Isabel, who do an amazing amount of work. For the planning group for this event, which was chaired by Bill Ramsey, and that includes David Kelly, who's the Scottish CND Treasurer, Doug Hayward, Ronnie Cowan. For the volunteers, who've been serving us tea and coffee, helping with all the work around the day, for our speakers, of course, and our panelists, and for everyone who's been involved, including you for being here. You will be immortalised, or at least some people will be immortalised on YouTube as a result of this. So thank you also for those who've been watching at home, and thank you to those we've been collaborating with, the RMT, Unison, the FBU, Stop the War Scotland, Friends of the Earth Scotland, and Commonweal. Thank you to everybody. And I'm now going to hand over to Pat now. Pat is known as a columnist and commentator. He's known as half of Hue and Cry, and Indra is a psychosocial therapist and a writer and author of The Politics of Waking Up. How appropriate is that? And they also have a partnership around something that Indra helped to found, which is the Alternative UK. We're really thinking about the Alternative Global. So the question is, how do we go out of here not just informed, but also fired up to be able to respond? Over to Pat and Indra.
Hi, can you hear us? Okay, great. Thanks very much for having us. Pat, Indra, and the title is How to Re-Energize the Campaign Against Nuclear Weapons. Merely a suggestion, some provocations, we hardly have all the answers, but we're part of something called Spring, which is an outcrop from the Alternative Global. The idea of Spring and the Alternative Global, which we've been practicing for the last 7 to 8 years, is to ask the question about how do you grow a better political system, what new elements, new inputs need to come into that, because we can clearly, as we heard from today, we're in a broken political system, so how do we make it a better one? Next slide, please. And one of the things that we have been addressing is the kind of the emotional undercurrents that sit beneath official or explicit political commitments. The kids call it feels over reals. So how is it that what is the fact of the fact that people can be triggered emotionally, and then that determines how they see the world and what their political priorities are? I think it's interesting in the context of the concept of existential risk. They seem to be multiplying. The phrase that's often used is as of permacrisis or polycrisis. But we really have a million ways to be scared by a world that could destroy itself, not just nuclear weapons. And we've talked about AI, but the AI plus something coming in to replace humans in work, AI coming to have a dialogue with biotech, creating viruses. We really are, there's a million ways in which we can terrify ourselves and paralyze ourselves when we think about existential risk. It almost gets into kind of gallows humor, absurd laughter in the dark. Our suggestion is that that can also flip, because if things are so ludicrous, they can also be so malleable at the same time, and malleable in a positive, radical direction. So it's possible we could wake up every morning and be scared. It's also possible that we'll wake up every morning and actually think in a utopian manner about how we can change the world. And David Graeber, the great anarchist thinker, said, the ultimate hidden truth of the world is that it is something we make, and we can just as easily make it differently. So that's the emotional potential beneath a scary world, is that you can flip it around and find yourself saying, what the hell, why not be as radical as I can be? Why not be as activist as I can be? Why not be as imaginative as I can be? Okay, next slide, please.
So just to introduce myself a little bit more, I've worked in the peace industry, if you like, for most of my life. I studied under Johan Galtung, and I've asked the question about how do we bring peace to this world since a young person. But we should be a bigger movement than this, shouldn't we? When you think about the reality of what it is that you've all been talking about today, we should be standing in a stadium. We should be, people should be allowed to express the fear that we know that these nuclear weapons generate. But we have to ask ourselves, why is that not the case? And if we're trying to grow a movement that will eventually abolish nuclear weapons, what kind of a context do we have to build? What kind of an attraction do we have to generate to bring people together to make their voices heard? The reality is, in the stress of everybody's daily lives, they don't want to think about fear. They don't want to turn their minds to the idea that we could be obliterated at any moment. Fear is something that people will either avoid altogether, try to cover up, or if somebody gives them an easy answer, you know, like such as happening in the politics of today with the populist movements, if somebody gives them something easy to blame, let's blame the immigrants, let's blame, you know, the rogue nations, then people might, for a moment, feel strong about their fear. But the question we have to ask ourselves is, should we maybe move on from fear as the path to overcoming nuclear weapons? Is there a more hopeful, positive, building possibility that we can move into? Can we evoke a future that people are really looking forward to, within which the nuclear weapons would simply fade away because they simply wouldn't fit into that vision of a future? What we want to explore a little bit today is, can we shift the focus to something that we're building, to something that we're in favor of, and away from the focus on the fear?
Next slide, please. Yeah, so how do we build a culture and a civilization of peace is the small task before us today. And I think that's a serious question, and I think it's also a popular question because of the wide panoply of threats that we sort of face from our modern systems. And I think it's time for us to match the world-shaping ambition of our militarist opponents in thinking, well, what's an alternative thrust of world shaping? And if we go to the next slide, please, we can see that there's evidence for this. There's evidence that we can. There is sentiment that can support a world building, a peace world building process. The obvious one, which has been mentioned several times on the stage today, is the rise in the global marches for Palestine. There's an official map on it, 4,200 global demonstrations in response to the Israel-Palestine conflict, 600 in the United States, 170 in Germany, 1,400 in the Middle East and North Africa. So that's one point of evidence. Next slide, please. Also, sure, hold on.
So just to build on that last slide a little bit, it's quite clear that at the moment the marches for Palestine are against, against war. So there's still a protest element to it. But what we in the peace movement should be taking some succor from is that there is a really growing revulsion to the effects of war. It never before have people been able to have in their pockets direct access to the front line of a war, to feel physically, viscerally repulsed at what is going on. So, although I don't think the Stop the War movement is necessarily a peace movement, it has quite a different energy. It's the beginnings of something. If all the young people who were against the Gaza genocide really had the same energy and the same feel for an active peace movement, to build a movement of peace in which all wars everywhere were something of the past, that's the energy that we're now trying to convert. I don't think it's quite there yet, but it's the beginnings of something. But something else that maybe other people haven't noticed as much in terms of growing the global peace movement is that a resistance to going to war at all has been building up very strongly amongst young people.
Next slide, please.
No, this is this one.
No, that's not one.
Oh, right, sorry, yes, sorry. Yeah, next slide. So, I don't know how many people are watching this, but I'm watching it avidly because I have a young son myself, and the greatest fear ever would be that he would be called up. But in recent polls, as little as 30% of young men would be willing to go to war for their country. We hear all the time about there not being enough funding for the military, that there aren't enough recruits, that we've got a small army. But nobody really talks about, on the mainstream news, the fact that the reason that we have such a small army is that people won't join anymore. Now, this is not necessarily only for reasons of, not wanting to be hurt or not wanting to be, to kill, but for other reasons as well. For example, the awareness of the effect of being at war on young men is becoming clearer and clearer. This is a great post, the idea that you would be dying for nothing. The disillusion with the great calls to war, the disillusion with the idea that you would want to give your life to a Putin or to a Trump or to a Starmer, actually, it's just, it's not there anymore. People don't have that sense of wanting to fight for a country which they no longer really, whose system, let's say, whose political system they no longer really believe in. So this idea, the toxic leadership, the depression that comes from it, so on. This is very much in keeping with what, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but this change, there's a change in an understanding of what masculinity is, and also an understanding that men themselves have been the greatest victims of the patriarchy, being sent to war, being sent to the mines, highest rates of suicide, and so on. So this is another thing that is really reshaping the global mindset, and if we can convert that kind of energy, which is still a negative energy, into a positive energy for peace, then we've got something to work with. So I'm just going to, next slide please. I'm just going to talk a little bit about things that you'll be reading on the mainstream news that don't look like maybe what they are. So, we're familiar with this idea that Trump is going around the world saying he's ended all these wars. For those of us who know how to read what's really going on, we know that isn't the case. These wars actually haven't ended, but he's making some progress in getting people to the table. This one on the right here is some sign that in Southeast Asia, there's a kind of, they're going along with it. There's a popularity. But what I want us to notice is that Trump has used the idea of peace to make himself popular. That's quite something to conjure with, isn't it? That peace itself is like a winning policy. We should take notice of that and get onto that bandwagon, whether or not we respect what he's doing or not. It's become a meme, if you like, to go for peace. We were thinking just yesterday, we were watching an interview with Kamala Harris and remembered the very first debate that they had. And we went into that debate feeling very positive about Kamala Harris and thinking we're going to be rooting for her. But in that debate, she talked about making America the most lethal force on the planet, you know, that she was going to be the one who made America, you know, the one you can't beat. And it was Trump who said he was going to go for peace. He's going to finish this Ukraine war in a day. We're going to finish that war in a day. Interesting, isn't it, that the peace president and the word peace has such power these days.
Okay. Next slide, please. So those are some of the factors. Oh, no, the other way, thank you.
Oh, sorry. No.
You know, forward, please.
Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't.
That's the one. Yeah, we jumped it, you skipped it. So those are some of the factors out there that might support what we're talking about in terms of a culture or a civilization of peace. What's on the screen now is just an example of how painstakingly we have to build it and build it differently. This is a prompt that we put into something called Midjourney, which is a generative AI. Some of you may know it. But like ChatGPT or like Claude, a generative AI, and the prompt was a vision of peace for the future. It seems to be the vision of peace for the future has soldiers, spacemen, and helicopters at the heart of it. So we know how AI works. It works to kind of produce the most sort of common denominator, but that's an interesting test of where our imagination for peace actually is as it refracts through one of the cutting-edge technologies of the moment. Still militarized, still bureaucratized, still involving implying force, but as you can see, both on a journey towards the great heights, but on the way there, still the grain of it is militarized. So the question obviously is, with these machines, it's garbage in, garbage out, as the computer programmers say. What's the virtue in, virtue out? What's the inputs that we can bring to these machineries that generate alternative visions and better visions of a peaceful civilization? We're in a popular culture where games are dominant, where social media is dominant, where memes are dominant. That means that we can be triggered, but it also means that we can create in response. So what do we do when we do that? We take that creative opportunity. Next slide, please.
So as Pat was saying, you know, it's almost impossible to imagine a future that is peaceful. At the moment, the best that we have is the idea of a ceasefire plus the nuclear deterrent. When people think of peace, they think of stopping war. They don't think about peace as a civilization, as a way of being human. And it's going to take something for us to change the dominant narrative of peace as ceasefire plus nuclear deterrent. On the other hand, maybe it's just us returning to what comes most natural to us, to return to ourselves as humans. So Johan Galtung, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Johan Galtung, but he was known as the father of peace studies. He made it very clear that you don't get to peace by simply laying down your weapons. You have to develop a peace culture and a peace structure. And broadly speaking, this is what it means to move from a war culture to a peace culture, and to move from a war structure to a peace structure. Most of these words have been used today. Most people will be familiar with this kind of shift. But you might also say that it simply comes back to being able to value what it means to be human, being able to value what it means to be in community and in relationship with each other, and to be able to build structures that honor that. So one of the obvious ones for us would be, how do we change or how do we evolve our democracy from this idea that the people are kind of almost marginal to the way that power changes, and that people themselves should become much more participants and have the chance to deliberate policy and the future. That is one of the key structures that would need to evolve. And at Spring, this is what we're trying to bring about, but Pat's going to describe some of the more...
Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, and here are some of the resources for those peace structures, leading and supported by peace cultures. One is definitely, as I've said, the technology that is oppressing us is also our democratic possibility. So we are working at Spring, we are working with things, a thing called Polis. Some of you may or may not have heard of it. But it's a kind of an e-democracy that allows people to be creative with their responses. It's not like an opinion poll, it's like a map of the community's opinion. And when communities go through a process, a Polis process, they see themselves in their full complexity. The phrase is finding uncommon ground as well as common ground. And that's an improvement in the quality of community consciousness and community life. That's important. We also think that the arts can be deployed differently. Artists are in the business of liberating a yearning. That's their job. And we think that they can be brought into community development in completely different ways, in very ambitious ways, particularly given all the technologies that we have, but also given the fact that we have probably a generation of creatives that are just waiting to get their teeth into something that isn't just about their self-expression, it's maybe about improving the world. We also think that there's a reimagining that can go on in terms of the way that community activity happens. People should be encouraged to imagine the future. The future is imagined for us from Hollywood, from the games companies, from the internet. We should also be able to be involved in futuring processes. Communities should be encouraged to think about themselves 10, 20, 30, 40 years, informed by information about technology and changing trends, but they should own their own future. They should occupy their own future. It's not just corporations and consultants to corporations that should be imagining the thrills and possibilities of the future. It should be communities as well. And then finally, we should be, the idea of a kind of manifesto process, living manifestos, people again having the confidence, we call it cosmo-local confidence, that you're in your locality, but you're connected and ambitious for the world and the planet. Why doesn't that result in more manifestos, in a plurality of manifestos, and a manifesto being a way to seize the agenda? And the general title for this is Building Community Containers for Generating Trust. But that's what we've been about generally for the last 7 or 8 years, is to foment and encourage this. And we're wondering whether it's absolutely salient at this moment of peak anxious crisis, whether we should be bringing these techniques to the peace movement as well. So next slide, please, final slide. So here's a bid for a culture and a structure of peace. Let me just read it out, very, very short. Advanced, complex communities experiencing greater degrees of autonomy, agency, and trust are the bedrock of a more peace-oriented civilization, and Scotland should take the opportunity to start building them. And I'll leave you with a wee bit. The only bit of poetry I think I'll remember on my deathbed is from Drunk Man Looks at a Thistle, Hugh MacDiarmid. He canna Scotland see why yet, canna see the infinite, and Scotland in true scale to it. So there we are. Just let's see ourselves in relation to the infinite, and we might begin to develop the peace culture that we all want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for both of you. And I mean, of course, there's a lot of material online as well. We'll make sure that's available to people as part of the sort of feedback from this conference. There's a lot of forward planning going to be happening as well. One bit of forward planning is to find out the results of the raffle. So we're going to, here we go. Exciting, tense moment.
While we're doing that, can I remind people that if you are going to be on the climate march and you want to carry a placard for us, could you sign up on the sheet on the registration desk? And also, can I just take this opportunity to formally thank Simon Barrow? Can we have a round of applause? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lynn. And just before I suspend you further from the results of the raffle, which is what you're really all here for, can I say that when you came in, you got, this has the programme at the back of it, but it's also a question and answer session, the 20 questions and answers. And how it came about was that I know you're not going to believe this, you think I'm far too young, but I was involved in CND in the 70s and 80s. And I rejoined about 18 months ago, actually. And I found myself in conversation with a lot of people who share our concerns, but who've become involved in lots of other things and kind of lost contact with it. So what I did was we collected questions from 30 people, and these are the answers to those kinds of questions, or the beginning of the answers to those questions. So we hope it's a useful resource to take away. There are a number at the back, so please grab one and share it with a neighbour, a friend, a colleague, or whoever on your way out. And now, with no further ado, here are the raffle results.
Thanks for your donations, everyone, buying raffle tickets. If you're a winner, you come up and choose from the range. That's the way we do it. I'm going to ask Lynn now to pick the first ticket. Yeah, can you open it? Sure. I've got my specs.
Is that the right way up?
Yes.
Or is it that way up? That way up.
God, I can't see.
80.
It's number 80. Number 80. 80. Is there an 80 in the house? Last call. Oh, well done. Well done. Can you choose the next? Hello.
Choose the next ticket.
Oh, I was choosing a ticket. I hope it's one of mine. There you go.
It's 105. 105. 105. Green. Well done. Would you like to choose the next one?
Oops, well, I fall over.
Okay, well done. Tension's almost unbearable. 58, 58, 58. Oh, we have a winner.
Goody, goody. You pick the next ticket. Okay. And then pick the prize. Pick a prize. Yes, okay.
Next number coming up. 86, 86, 86. 86. The secret is to buy lots of tickets. Remember that next time. Fantastic. Pick the next one, please.
What's in that wee bag there?
It's
just for those things there.
There's
tea people.
There's tea and a scented candle.
I'll take it. Thank you.
You want to pick the next ticket, please?
Right, just choose the next ticket. Congratulations. That's the way to do it.
Thank you. I'll go down the
Lots of
bottom.
tickets.
Pick somebody good. There you go.
And the Palestinian olive oil is 108. 108. Oh, yes. Congratulations. Thanks, everyone. We made over £100, well over £100, thanks to you.
Well done. Right, great. Thank
Thank you. That's it. Is that it? And so that's it, folks. Thanks very much indeed for coming. And the charge is simple: go away and change the world. That's great. Bye.